Alright. Happy Friday, all those who are just joining us. And no happy Fridays for anyone else. That's not over. Hi. I do hope all is going well. Or at least as well as it can go when everything is wrong in the world. Don't worry, I'm going to take over the world soon, I swear. Or die trying. First step, Germany. Actually, no, I promised I'd conquer Sweden first, so sorry, everyone. But I have to conquer Sweden first. My bad. There we go. With hope, we're going to get the rest of the job quests done today. So I'm going to try not to get too distracted. That's why I'm doing a lot of setup right now. To make sure that we are completely good to go. Because we have 5 quests to go. And honestly, all except for one of those, I am guaranteed certain we're going to finish tonight. Which is why we're doing the last one last. Ninja. Considering how much longer Rogue was than the others, I'm going to presume Ninja will similarly be longer. We'll just push that out. Now, in the interim, Eclectic is going to continue to donate towards world domination. Thank you, Eclectic. I do always appreciate those. Remember, you can't buy your way into the new world order. I knew Ordnung. Thank you, Eclectic. God, I'm sweating. Oh, hey, Ross. You can respond here if you want. Or you can respond there. I'll read it at some point. So let's see. You're putting money towards... Whoop. Not that. Okami. Heaven's Vault, which I've already forgotten what it is, but it's vetted. And Horizon. Forbidden. Type West. Which I'm not going to say anything about. Black Mage. And by Black Mage, I mean Thaumaturge, because screw me. Black Mage, Black Mage, Black Mage, Black Mage. Hi, Zach Tift. Tired. Alright. See, I mentioned earlier that the class quests, the 1 through 30 quests, pushed us back a bit, and I'm stand by that. The goal was to start the beginnings of the MSQ today. I don't think we're going to manage that. So we are actually reaching just straight up being behind, so that sucks. Let's see how fast we can push through this. Okay. There's a pit in Ul'dah. It's a prison. In prison, a man will do anything. Of late, one inmate claims to hear the voices of Nald Thal. He's probably lost his mind after serving 100 years of a life sentence. But he knew your name, and maintains the traitor's demand you win the gem of Shatoto and exchange it for his release. A farce, but I make it for nothing more than the maniacal ravings of a madman. But the only way to be sure is to free him of the pit. His name is Kukuruka Tataruka, and if his story were not proof enough of his lunacy, he also styles himself a black mage. Such magic was lost to Eorzea centuries ago. So who does this senile charlatan think he is? Nevertheless, he has invoked the name of Nald Thal, so the Order feels it unwise to ignore his words. I am no believer. You have come, as you said he would. So, let's get to the bottom of this. Wait, what? It may be you're an agent of fate, or you're merely a crooked old man's accomplice. I'm not in on this. Don't point this at me. Anyway, go to Thanlin. Find some blood. Return it to the gem. And, okay, sure. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, this gem doesn't... I don't even think this gem really exists, personally. Nonsense. The problem, Ross, is if we have unlimited replicators anywhere without limitations, then what we have is unlimited replicators in the setting. That really is the core problem with that. It'd be like introducing electricity to a setting that doesn't have electricity. You know what I mean? The moment that gets introduced, that's a sea change. Star Trek completely ignores that, because Star Trek doesn't know how to do world building. But it doesn't change the fact that replicators are a sea change they just ignore as a convenient way to make food. Hey, Hazardous. That's they're dead. Really? You know, I'm just gonna scathe these. Go away. I have scathe. I'm level 80. Go away. Alright, so I'm gonna use the blood on the fissure. Nothing's gonna happen. I don't even know why I'm bothering with this. Thaumaturge, hear me. Whoa! Oh, it's an emulsion. Hi. You're wearing red, so that's bad. Put up your weapon. Because Kazagcha means you no harm. Okay. And then he attacks me. So you're the one of whom the prophecy speaks. Me? By your hand was the blood of these creatures spilt in this earthen vein, was it not? I mean, yeah. That was me. Then you have earned the gem of Shitoto. Take it. You'll know what to do with it when the time comes. That's a little weird, but okay. My part is done. Farewell for now. Okay. That's not suspicious at all. Of course, the gem of Shitoto is a soul gem. Because why wouldn't it be? So the problem there, Ross, and this is something that I kind of thought as you did, sort of, and then I realized that I'm an idiot. You have to think about replication from the molecular level, right? Because that's what they're doing. They're patterning molecules into new format, right? And the problem is there's not really a lot of difference between, you know, organic or non-organic material, put simply. If they can do a certain level of complexity, they can do a certain level of complexity, period. Well, you certainly smell as though you've been off spilling blood. It'll take more than a waft of foulness to convince me you're an agent of divine will. Yeah, I got this soul gem. I like how I just throw it at her. It's exactly as described in the tales. The gem of Shitoto? A.k.a. FF11 reference. I can feel the magic pulsing in it. The tales tell that only souls blessed by the grace of Naldthal are entrusted with the keeping of the gem. This is beyond mere coincidence. I must investigate further. You must assist me! This now involves you as much as any other. Still, I cannot shake my inner skeptic. If Kukuruka somehow made contact with the outside world, he may be manipulating adventurers such as yourself for ends as yet unknown to us. I'll call an emergency council. Please wait here. That will not be necessary. Kukuruka, what are you doing here? How did you escape the pit? Watch your tongue, you insolent fool. Master has passed a century in meditation communing with Naldthal. You will address him with proper respect. The jailers of the Marasa pit are very different from the heretics of your order. Suffice it to say, they had the wisdom enough to listen. Must I remind you again, the will I speak of is Naldthal himself. The true criminal is he who ignores the word of a god. Reminder, Naldthal doesn't exist. Beware, the 12 seldom spare those who claim their voice. This mummer's farce will bring disaster to us all. The cause of disaster to come will be no words of mine, to be sure. Naldthal spoke to me. By his own declaration, the seal on the Void Gate will be broken. Once thrown open, it will be closed by none other than he who bears the gem of Shitoto. That'd be you. Or me. I speak of you, runner. The gem you hold is a mark of the Mage of the Black. With it in hand, you must now set forth to gather the keys needed to seal the Void Gate. Wait, you don't have the right... I can't just let this happen. Silence, you hollow-pated prig! Those who do not listen shall not be heard. You take yourself the title of thaumaturs, and so I will not suffer you to claim ignorance. You know as well as any the existence of a netherworld rife with shadow and monstrosity. The Void! It's actually another planet. As the power of the Void waxes, the barrier between it and our own world wanes. Eventually the barrier will falter and the Void Gate will open. Once it has, only the black magic of old can reseal it. This is sacrilege. This is Sparta! As one who commands the forces of destruction, I bid you go forth. Black Mage. The gem of Shatoto is our sigil, the mark of the Magi devoted to true dark art. In it, you already possess the first key required to see the Void Gate sealed. You have taken the black, but time is needed before the black takes you. Before it permeates mind and body, colors every fiber of your dark as being dark as pitch. Okay. That's right, before Dark Knights, before Reapers, the true edgelords were the Mages of Black. Whoops. My tie is very off-center. There we go. Do not fear the power to destroy. Master it and destroy that which would destroy you. And so every player ever was like, dude, Black Mage must be awesome! And then Black Mage was not awesome. God. Right? Like, how many of you had that same reaction? Like, oh my god, this is a cool quest arc. I can't wait to continue to level this amazing class. This is going to be so great. No, they're not, Kata. I'm sorry. Black Mage 1 to 50 sucks. They may eventually become awesome. That's still in debate. Master is meditating, for Naltha always speaks, and Master must listen. He has entrusted me with guiding you on your path. Hey, there you go, Kata. There you go. Sorry, I don't mean to overemphasize this problem. Because the real problem here is that I know several people personally who picked up this game and started off as a Black Mage, and then it was 1 to 50 Black Mage, which, by the way, was even worse at launch than it is now. And then gave up on it, or the game entirely. This... Right, hang on. Black Mage. There we go. Yeah, Black Mage is... Oh my god, it's... Okay, so... I hate to keep hammering this point in, but do keep in mind that this isn't just me being pedantic or whatever. This is a serious problem. You play a game, and you level through it, and you hate it, then you're probably going to try and put it back down again, right? I mean, right? We only have so many hours in the day. We have other things we could be doing with our time. What's the point of playing a game you don't enjoy? So the Black Mage 1 through 50 problem needs to be resolved, along with all the other classes, but because it's like... Anyways, this is my transmog for Black Mage, for everybody curious. It's not super fancy because I don't care that much about Black Mage personally, but I am rather fond of this staff. Like, I don't know, it's rather simple, but it reminds me a lot of Fel over in WoW. And that just felt appropriate to have what is effectively a Fel staff, you know? Just whoosh. Now, Kata says I don't see how they can do it without a rework. Ironically, that is exactly my suggestion. I think the Black Mage needs a rework. The problem is, that rework would be fairly substantial, I think. Just like happened to Monk and Summoner. At that point, well, we're kind of designing a new class in the bones of the old, like Monk and Summoner. Still, I do think that is something they will do. I hope they will do. Because, good lord, it actually needs it. Anyways, do I have claws on? No, I just have a bunch of rings on. Okay, cool. Anyways, hey, what's up? So, I sense black magic. Yep, sorry, I keep forgetting. I'm in a hurry here. So, yes. I hear your words. You're doing something weird. The next key requires the blood of sacrifice. Go kill some enemies. Okay. I can do that. You understand? Sure. The light will burn and all that. Now that's the thing. So for all my that I spit at Black Mage, I do have faith in the dev team that they could make Black Mage fun at 50 like they can make Black Mage fun at 90. I think that's within their grasp. I think that's within their skill set. I don't want them to rush it. I want them to take their time, and I want them to do it properly. But I do think it needs to happen. Okay. Ignore the fallen undead all over the place. Let's just... Don't mind them. Everything's cool here. Everything's cool. Oh god. There it is. Sorry, I had to find Scathe on my bar really quick there. And yeah, I think they've done some good stuff with the classes. I've said many times that the core meat content of FF14 is its story, and its boss designs, but truth be told, class design is probably on that list as well. At a certain point in time, every class gets good. I personally don't like 2 of them, but they're still good, right? I mean, I even gave a plus to Ninja, and I can't stand Ninja. Ugh, frickin' Ninja. Okay. Well, we've gotten another key. What spell did we just get? Blizzard 3. Cool. Yeah, exactly, Pillars of Snow. Ninja is coffee to me. Black Mage, so I can't... I've said this before, but for those of you who haven't heard me say this, I can't fairly judge... I hate this outfit. Hang on. I can't fairly judge Black Mage because I did so many of its abilities. So many of its abilities. Ley Lines, Sharp Cast, Blizzard 4, Fire 4, Foul, High Blizzard, High Fire, Amplifier, Paradox, hang on, not done yet. NO Chain, Enhanced NO Chain, Aspect Mastery. Like, so many abilities are locked behind class quests, which I haven't done because I was saving them for the run. So, I actually cannot fairly judge Black Mage at high level. I can only judge it at 50. I judge the crap out of it at 50, but, like I said, I can't judge it past that. I've never had Ley Lines. Okay. We must not repeat the errors of the past. The land has drunk deep of the blood you spilled. By this act, 3 souls of 3 races to Thanalin have come. The fires of our order once burned black and full, yet long ago they were left to wane and nearly die. These 3 souls are the keepers of the embers that remain of all that we now are. In the hands of the one who will usher our return, the gem of Shatoto, testimony of our creed, will shine with new light, and by that light the 3 keepers will be made your allies. Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, I know they made NO Chain automatic, which by everyone I've heard is a really good change. The way the NO Chain change... oh my god, that's a hard sentence. The way the NO Chain change was described to me, for anybody who has played Dragoon, is like how they turned the ability, I can't remember the name of right now, into an automatic. I can pull it up. Hang on. Is that it? Blood of the Dragon? Yeah. Blood of the Dragon. They made Blood of the Dragon and Life of the Dragon an automatic thing, rather than an upkeep thing, which was such a quality of life change. It's actually weird to think about how improved such a minuscule change really did make things. But anyways, back up here. But anyways, to be clear, I'm not trying to argue that Black Mage is good, bad, or in between. I'm trying to argue that it needs an overhaul. I'm trying to argue that Bella Calic wants to put money towards Kingdom Hearts. Thank you. As always. Yeah, they did that with Monk, too. In fact, I've actually had a theory for a while, for like a year or so, I think at this point, however long it's been, that when they shuffled Greased Lightning into a passive, that was a test. That was them testing the idea of pushing those kind of class upkeep abilities into passive. And you notice they've done that for several classes since then. Because it worked. Because it was a good move. But it makes sense from a developer perspective to try that first and say, alright, hang on. I'm going to watch the numbers on Monks. I'm going to see how people react to it, see how it feels. That's how a lot of design goes when you have an active audience and a live updates cycle. Kingdom Hearts. There it is. Thank you again. That I'm not sure about, Blade Jamal. I'm not as skilled with Black Mage to answer that with definitiveness. So, a Goblin, an Amalja, and an Ixal. By the gem's power do our paths cross once more. At last the time spoken of in prophecy has come. Need I know nothing of he who would guide us. Tell me your name. Lore Runner. I am Kazakh Khan, sorcerer of Amalja, as were my forebears. I am the fourth of my line. As you well know, my kind bears the scorn of the old dons, and it is for that reason I must remain here, far from city walls. Great power this one has, but is it enough? Scrap! Kazakh Chan is terrifying to behold, yes, best, but both Kai's and kind. Good, warm, kind. These are my brethren in the black. Now they are yours as well. Before you stands the Ixal, Dazmelok, and the 269th Order Mendicant, Daza. You have fed the ethereal currents with the blood of fiends. That the gem of Shatoto radiates as it does is proof of your deeds and a sign of what needs to be done. It falls to me to bear witness to your awakening and to pass on to you knowledge entrusted to me. Know that you must face death before your purpose can be fulfilled. It is to the Silent King in Western Thanlin you must next journey. Kill things there, and use blood there. Each of us shall journey there and convene once more. Okay. Yeah, you noticed it had the quirky music going there, Leander. Come on. You know what I'm going to be upset by? There were several class quests, job quests, whatever, class quests that I remember not liking, that I actually ended up liking. One of the only class quests I remember liking was Black Mage. What do you want to bet I'm not going to like it? Alright, so strong magic you need. Okay. Well, let's go use our strong magic. Let's kill all with big magic. What the? Really? Let's feed some more blood into another fissure, which is weird. Think about it. Just think, in a few days, probably Tuesday in all honesty, we'll be rid of this lack of music problem forever. And silence. Horrible. Breathless silence. So while we're doing this boring quest, Cashel asked a really complex question. Cashel said, do you think that they should re-add in the ability to take abilities from other jobs, like they used to, or do you think removing it was the right call? So the reason that's such a complex question is because what you're effectively asking is, should a player be allowed to customize their class? That is what that core question means. Should they have talents? Should they have variable elites? Should they have builds? Should they have cross-classing? Whatever you want to call it, it's all the same thing. Being able to customize your build. Now, on the one hand, the answer is, yeah. Class customization is awesome. But here's the thing. Properly designing class customization is really hard to do, and gets worse the more classes you have, and the more expansion content, aka the more levels, that you have to deal with. Balancing is obviously an issue, but that is a solvable issue. As much as I hate to bring WoW into this for the 50th time, WoW is a fairly balanced game, all things considered. I could also go with Guild Wars 1, or Star Trek Online. All of these are games that offer build gameplay while being balanced. Here's the thing. The problem is whether or not you want that. The problem is how much time do you want to spend on that? Because what you have to do when you're designing something, when you're building a class, when you're building a game of any kind, is you have to manage what you use your time on. So the question becomes, is it worth giving the players customization in exchange for the inordinately increased amount of time to design, balance, and keep everything all level with regards to classes? Keep in mind, and I don't mean to sound unkind about this, but the classes aren't even properly designed now without customization. As we just mentioned, with Black Mage. When four Magi meet in a barren land, black powers of old, woven by their hand, shall see the fate of wickedness made stark, and the path to light shall be lit by dark. I bestow upon you knowledge kept by my lie. You have brought this old Amalja much happiness. Few believed the words of my great-grandfather. He was mocked and ridiculed, and worse, ignored. Yet your coming has fulfilled the prophecy of which he spoke. Lord, the dark magic coursing through you shares a deep bond with the Void Gate. Should that portal be open, you will come to great peril. Temper yourself. Go level some. Okay. Now, freeze! God, I remember which one that is. Which one's freeze? Do I even have freeze in the bar? The hell is freeze? I do not have freeze on my bar. Oh, that's like my terrible AoE, isn't it? Yeah, get back off my bar. There we go. Man. Lore. My colleagues would have words with you. Wait here while I fetch them. Okay. To close the Void Gate, strong magic you need. Alright, I'm ready for the test. Very good. You have sharp sense. Noticed, have you? Your aura, strangeness it has? Now, the Void Gate, gloom it makes like black breath. Gloom drawn to black magic, drawn to you like moth to flame. Black magic it seeks to corrupt and make its own. Losing strength, seal is. Black magic and Void Gate share deep bond. Very deep. But must not leave too long, else other side take you. No fear yet. Still weak. Time you have. Go find next key. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm going to get... Oh my god, I get it! Although his mother was apparently an epic mage, with a great love for the dark art. Joined with the lizardmen to learn all, named betrayer, chased from villages. Wow. You went through a lot of crap to get this to me. Jeez Louise. Good words, deep words. Bring Dozel here that did to pass on. Not Dozel alone, others come too. Other mages. Birdmen, lizardmen, no matter. I'll wait for strong lore. So, go to Gridania. Okay. I am here to lend you my aid, help, and aid. What danger for Dozel. For Ixal whalers, wait. Wait with sharp spears. Go in place of Dozel. Decided. Scrap! That would be cool, Leander. Give it a little bit of party cross-functionality. Now, okay, so to continue the customization question. The biggest issue really isn't actually balancing when it comes to cross-classing or talents or any other form of character customization. As I mentioned before, Many games across many years have managed to include many customizations and still managed to be balanced. As I've said before, there will always be a best build and there will always be a highest end thing, but as long as the majority of content can be cleared with any build, you have done a good job of balancing. I've given that speech like 4 times just in this run. So balance isn't the issue. It's what someone in chat brought up. Looks like Pillars of Snow mentioned it. It's when it actually becomes mandatory for non-optional content that we have a problem. If you have to do XYZ build, that's not build gameplay. Right? Like that, it's failed. It's a failed gameplay. By the gem thou bearest, shall the great and dark powers of Eld be bestowed upon thee. But those who seek this power must first prove their worth. Stay the gloom's approach. Okay, I can do that. In other words, if you have to level X in order to level Z in order to level Y, or if you have to build a black mage to have these other abilities or whatever, then you have failed. And at that point, you might as well pull it. This brings us back to Casual's core question. Did they make the right call in pulling it? The core answer to that is yes. The way that the system worked, the way the customization worked back in the day, was awful. It was entirely too limited and entirely too mandatory, and just didn't actually involve anything that build gameplay does, which is making it cool, adding fun to how you design your character and put your customization, your thumbprint on your character, right? Damn it! Almost got them all. Now, the core question, I'm going to wait on for a little bit. So y'all are still talking Black Mage stuff. Really? Hello? Oh, I'm out of mana. God damn it. Yeah, exactly, Leander. Not that that's necessarily a bad idea, but you see the problems. Don't mistake me, I'm hugely in favor of class customization. My own Magasean rule set is built very much around the idea of allowing the player to build their character however they want to. And the changes I've been doing in my incredible amount of spare time to change the rule set to really fully codify it for 5th edition have been very centered around the idea of build gameplay. There's a reason why build gameplay is its own category of plus to gameplay. But the question isn't whether I want it, the question is whether or not they should do that in FF14. That's a little trickier. Ah! But, okay. We apparently won. Ignore that last void set. It's cool. Everything's cool. Well fought. Gloom is scattered. Scattered. Okay. No. Oh, hey. There's a Google Doc for a Black Mage rotation. Wow, I literally don't even have some of those things on my bar as a level 80 Black Mage. And by bar, I mean the job gauge. I admit... Okay. Here's another thing to talk about. How many of you played Heroes of the Storm? Yeah, let me read this quest first. We did it! We did it! Woo. I swear I'm going somewhere with this. Cool. Now I gotta go get armor pieces, right? Heroes of the Storm is my favorite MOBA, by far. I loved playing it. I would probably play it today if I had people to play it with. Absolute, just really, really well-designed MOBA. As most Blizzard games used to be. Alright, so we did Shroud, we did that, now we go get Olama! Really? Wow, all three of these people are essentially, or literally, pariahs or banished from their tribes to be here to help us with this, because none of their respective tribes were actually cool with them revealing this information to us and trying to help us and seal the Void Gate. So, I mentioned earlier that the Void is literally another planet. That's not really a spoiler. Remember, we've done Crystal Tower at this point. We've been to the Void. In case I haven't made it clear, all the Void Synth, the Void that they so refer to, that is specifically the World of Darkness that we've literally been to and fought bosses in. So. For the record, I do... So, okay, Heroes of the Storm. I was going somewhere with that. Those of you who played Heroes of the Storm, you know there's a hero called Raynor, James Raynor, from StarCraft. And he's a Marine, and he's simple. Not bad. He is a simple class. He does not have much complexity to him. He has a relatively low barrier to entry, but as a consequence, a relatively low skill ceiling as well. Now, the reason I bring that up is there's nothing wrong with that in game design. Having a simple class that is just there to be relatively quick and easy, or efficient, or intuitive to pick up, right? By contrast, there's also nothing wrong with having a substantially more complex class within the same game. And I bring this up because that's generally my overall, like zoomed out thought when it comes to game design, specifically when it comes to class design. There's nothing wrong with having a simple class any more than there's anything wrong with having a complex class, and everything in between, right? Now, the problem with that, and there is a problem with that, is let's assume for a moment that Bella, in chat right now, mains Raynor. Now, in reality land, over here in the land of acknowledgement and concepts and all that, there's nothing wrong with that. There's no shame in that. There's no difficulty in that. He is still viable. Raynor is still useful. He is still contributing to the group. Bella's still having fun. No issues, right? But the problem is that kind of builds in an automatic elitism thing. There's sort of an inherent tendency that we have created by this system of including simple and complex characters, that simple characters are easy and complex characters are hard. Even though that's not actually true, it's just a different approach to how you do the game, right? That's the biggest worry I would have from the zoomed out perspective, from the perspective of the producer, so to speak. And the reason I bring that up is because FF14 absolutely has simple classes, and it also absolutely has complex classes. And you can see why I'm bringing this up relative to Black Mage, specifically. Because, of course, the reverse is also true. There's nothing wrong with having a super complex character, a super complex class. That can be fun. I mean, I love playing Sage, or Astrologian, for God's sakes, which is just awesome. I enjoy Samurai. It's probably my favorite melee class. I enjoy Red Mage. But you can see how the consequence of that can be kind of a... when it comes to your community. And there's not really a lot you can do about that other than make everything simple or everything complex. Yeah, okay. That was quick. I don't really have a point here, per se. I apologize for just kind of talking about it. It's just one of those interesting things you have to think about as a producer when it comes to designing stuff. You have to think about the knockoff effects of your decisions. You know, like Blizzard usually didn't. Oh no! Oh, you're alive. That's a good question, Cashel. What do you think Samurai is? Actually, yeah, Magic the Gathering is another excellent example of what I'm talking about. I know people who will snub other people for doing ping decks or creature rush, or like you say, I've actually seen in more recent years people get elitist about having monocolor decks, monochromatic decks, rather than, you know, you should have a triple, you know, you should be white, green, yellow, or not, you know, sorry, white, green, red, if you're gonna have a real deck. Fnarf, narf. I would consider Samurai complex, but it's probably worth noting that that's at higher level. Like, Samurai has a lot of buttons to juggle all at the same time. But if Samurai is simple, then I will acquiesce to calling Samurai simple. Although if Samurai is simple, then I don't think any melee class is complex, because that's as complex as melee gets. Got it. So now do we go get our armor pieces? No, we just did that. Okay, cool. We got the armor. We need to find the Void Gate. The true power of destruction will be awoken in the most sacred of places. The power of destruction is black magic, of course, but what is meant by the awakening? I'm at a loss. You believe Dazan Dazol's ancestors might know more? They were witnesses. And they did leave their homes 100 years ago and were damned as traitors. Could be a mere coincidence, but no, I don't think that likely. I fear this foreshadows our doom. The tablet suggests the way for the solace of the gods, and the final relic will be made known in time. But we can't wait. Both of them understand this urgency and have already returned to their homelands. Go to the prophet. Oh, yeah, I can do that. I can do that. See, I don't know. Monk sounds... It's okay. I in no way mean this as an elitist thing, but Monk is so simple to me. It's just... It's just... And you just do this. It's just so simple. I'm sorry, I don't mean that as an elitist thing. It's just... It's so smooth. I don't even have to think about playing it. I have played with the current blitzes. At 80, I should probably mention. So if there's a 90 blitz... Let's see, is there a 90 blitz? What do we got down here? There is Rising Phoenix, and there is Phantom Rush. So those are what I don't have. Again, I'm not trying to disparage anyone. I'm just saying, for me, and this is kind of making my point too, by the way, for me, the most complex melee is Samurai. Like Dragoon? Dragoon's just smooth as butter. 1, 2, 3, doing 4, 6, and 7 whenever. But 1, 2, 3, B3, 1, FB, 3B, 1, and then just repeat that forever. Hit V on cooldown, G on cooldown, 4, and then 4, 6, and 7 on cooldown. That's it. That's Dragoon. That's not a bad thing. I love Dragoon. I'm just saying, I wouldn't call it a complex class. Similarly, switching over to Reaper. Reaper is an extraordinarily simple class. You build, and you build, and you build. This is also a builder. You keep the debuff off. Spend, 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 spend. Build, build, build. That's Reaper. It's fun. And honestly, by the way, while I'm here, can I just add one other thing? This makes my point so much for me. There's nothing wrong with simple. By the way, I enjoy playing as Raynor, and here's the Storm. And that's that. If I was to make a core point, that's it right there. There's nothing wrong with simple, and there's nothing wrong with complex. I feel irritable when people get elitist about things like that. You know, not accusing anyone in chat of doing that, but I have seen people be like, "Oh, you just play a simple class," and I've seen that in many other games. Oh yeah, and Gunbreaker? Gunbreaker is, honestly, pretty simple. What you do is you... And that's Gunbreaker in a nutshell. I like vanilla. No, I do. I actually legitimately like vanilla as a flavoring. Hey, wow, vanilla. I mean, I can do this. What's wrong with doing this? That is true, Blade Traval. And that is part of the problem with that whole elitism thing. I should probably get on with these classes and stop talking about stuff. Taking too long. Need to get on with it. You must help me. Kukuruka has disappeared. That man is no messenger of Naldthal. He's a miscreant, a charlatan, one guilty of the most heinous of crimes. None have seen him for days. I became worried and entered his chamber to see you as well, and he prohibited me from doing so. I found only evidence of his deception. The records he had hidden were damning. I now know why he was condemned as the greatest criminal of his day. 100 years ago, he conspired with Magi from the Beast Tribes to summon a creature known as Barbatos, a monstrosity meant to destroy all of Eorzea. Their plot was discovered by the Order of Naldthal, and the Void Gate was sealed before Barbatos could emerge. Kukuruka was cast into the Marasaja pit for his crime, where he was left to rot until his last breath. The Order was loath to let word of this spread, fearing others might someday seek to succeed where he failed, so they left no record of the plot save a few inscrutable documents, parchments intelligible only to those for whom the secret was known. These are the last words I found there. 4 is the answer. 4 spells of black, 4 artifacts of old. The blood of 4 races. By 4 alone shall the true power of destruction be awoken from the Void Gate. Lord, black magic is not the key to sealing the Void Gate, it's the key to opening it! He used us to revive this dark art, and now means to finish what he began a century ago. What fools we were! Please, you must stop him. How do you see in that? Oh, I do too, Bragman, but I also have a lot of experience with elitist dickholes. And I need to remind myself that not everyone is like that, especially around here. Sage, I would argue, is a complex healer class. Now, that feels weird to say, because Sage makes so much sense to me. And I swear I'm not trying to praise myself, but you know what I mean, right? Some classes just click with you, right? Good, bad, simple, complex. Some classes just, oh yeah, this and this and that and that and this and that. Done. US and Corp doesn't think Sage is complex. See, there's that defensive thing again. I'm like, oh, well, you know. Although, honestly, if Sage isn't complex, none of them are. Sage is probably the most complex healer, and, well, the end, right? Of course, I also mained Astrologians, what the hell do I know? For 3 expansions? Yeah, 3. 3.5. Then again, I think Dancer is the best class in the game, so what the hell do I know? Oh, hey! Black Mage at 50. Sorry. I'm just amused after all the irritation I went through earlier trying to figure out how to show off classes at 50. So here's Black Mage at 50. Sorry, spoke of. Don't hate me. I mean, you can hate me. It's your decision, really. Gameplay negative. Dragon. You deceived us all. Pay you will. You are one of Hetali Melok's get, are you not? Mother of mother of mother. Her name you know? Yes. And you, Amalja, you are of the line of Kazibcha, I can see it. And kobold through your veins courses the blood of Dagu, does it not? And last but not least, the Black Mage lore. Splendidly done. Few could have vanquished Barbatos as you have. No doubt you're all eager to hear what truly transpired 100 years ago. Being a kindly soul, I shall tell you. I was an ambitious mage in my youth, insatiable in my thirst for knowledge of the arcane. In the course of my studies, I discovered ancient writings which told of black magic. A magic capable of destroying as only the gods can. It was innocent at first, until it wasn't. But then questions began to arise in my mind that demanded answers. Where had the black mages of old gone? Why had the existence of the art been hidden? So I probed, endlessly, tirelessly. The more I uncovered, the more it drew me in. There was such power to be had. I was not merely ambitious, I was vainglorious. I desired recognition, deference. Accomplishing what no other could, I sought to make my legacy an eternal one. Yet the pursuit of black magic was trying. I would pass days, weeks, months, unsure of how to proceed. And what little progress did come came but slowly. It was then that I met your ancestors. The gem of Shatoto, the power to sense magic, the relics, all of these things I owed to them. With their vast knowledge, the slow crawl of my studies turned to leaps and bounds. I dare say your ancestors sought the same recognition as I. Kazib Cha, ridiculed by the Amalja for his ingenious analysis of worldly phenomenon. Itali Melok, named a pariah for not sharing in the small-minded prejudices of the Ixal. Dagu, a victim of his kind's idiocy, bound never to leave the land of the kobolds. We toiled together, learning what we could, and learned we did. Much and more. Imagining we had gleaned all there was to be known, we prepared to hold a dark rite, one we believed would restore black magic to its fullest expression. I do not know what came over me. Blinded by my own lust for power, I altered one of the incantations. It was arrogant, foolish. Our command over the ancient powers we summoned was lost. I watched as the chaotic ether washed over my friends, ripping them apart, only to fuse them into an abomination. It couldn't mean the thing we just saw. Yes. When I saw what my hubris had created, I mustered all my strength to see him sealed behind the void gate. Sealed, but not defeated. Yet I felt myself corrupted by the ether and was unsure if I could hold my powers in check. Fearful, I returned to Ul'dah, where I manipulated the minds of a few thaumaturges into believing I'd committed some terrible crime. Only with me confined to the depths of the Marasaja pit could the realm be safe. And there I remained, waiting. waiting for the coming of one who with the power to purify the ether of those 3 friends with whom I once shared a dream. I do not expect your forgiveness, but I am truly sorry. No words. Scrack! Only scrack! I am not long for this world. Here, this relic. Take this relic while I have strength enough to offer it. Fifth artifact? Yes, the 5th. Welcome to the solace of the gods. Perhaps you know it better as Nald's reflection, as most do. Truly remarkable, Lore. You have succeeded where many great mages have failed, mastered what we sought to master. I can now rest knowing this power is safe with you. It is for you to set the hatreds of the past aright. My time to join Thal has come. May he greet me as a friend. I got some bad news, kid. It's over. Finished. Ended. Over. We did all we could, and the souls of Kukurika and the others have been saved. The legends carried by my forebears have had their final chapter written this day. I confess a sadness in that. I'm proud to call you friend, brethren, brother, friend. And now, no matter how divergent our passes goes, you are true Mage of the Black. To think he carried that anguish 100 long years. His crime was born of hubris of youth, yet his atonement came from the wisdom of old age. His soul has found peace, and it's not our place to linger and disturb it. Come, let us return. Century-old plan this was? Fulfilled his purpose, he did. Mother of mother of mother, forgive Kukuruku as she has. Quack! Think so. Finished this story is. Had much fun, like mother of mother of mother. Grand fun she had too, Dozel hopes. Farewell. May we meet again someday. Narrator, they never met again. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I haven't done the level 50+ Black Mage quest, so I have no idea. So let's play a little fun game to demonstrate my point I was mentioning earlier. Which class in FF14 do you personally consider to be the most complex? Not the hardest, but the most complex to play. Things have come to an end, it would seem. Both the threads which bound us all and the magic tapestry they wove. Most mysterious things, these lives we lead. Do you recall when the words of so many legends and prophecies first brought you to me? And it was here in the same Burgundy Falls. You have spoken much here since then. I never imagined this day would come. I stand before you with no regrets. I am grateful for letting our paths cross. Together, we have seen the souls of our ancestry go in peace, and I too feel a happiness I've never known. You become a true Black Mage, my friend, and more than that, a true friend, Black Mage. Let the dark art we share be a symbol of our bond. And now we get Flare, I think. Yep. A spell that has had an interesting history across its time. Okay. Let's go ahead and get Summoner out of the way, because it's kind of a random one. By the way, if I haven't made it clear, there's no wrong answer when it comes to which is the most complex. That's not the point. The only point I'm trying to make is that I think we all have a different idea of what is a complex or a non-complex class. You know what I mean? It's just interesting to think about in its own way. Okay, so this is going to be in... I'd probably say Sage, personally. But, again, I'm extremely biased there. I know several people say Astrologian. But I know Astrologian like the back of my hand. I played it for literal years. Well, complexity is not necessarily hard. Hard is how much problem you have doing it. Complex is how much is involved in doing it. If that doesn't give across the distinction, I don't know how else to phrase that. Yeah, as Blade Traval says, the more you have to do, the more complex it is. There we go. But the more difficulty you have in doing it, the harder it is. So for me, the hardest class in the game is Black Mage. Because no matter how I try to play it, granted, missing abilities, but no matter how I try to play it, I can never seem to do well at it. My numbers, my parsing as Black Mage is terrible. Now, I'd make the joke that I make a bad DPSer, but I don't. There are several DPS classes I can absolutely stomp the numbers on. What am I looking for? There it is. So my hardest class is Black Mage, and my most complex class is Sage. My easiest class is Astrologian. I should be reading this out loud. So, Summoner. It appears the research the Sons are currently conducting would benefit from an Arcanist, excluding someone who killed Ifrit. Okay. I can do that. There we go. Oh, by the way, how do we want to review the Black Mage story arc? Sorry, I kind of meant to mention that. I'm leaning towards one positive myself. It actually wasn't as good as I remembered, which is sad, but I was kind of expecting that, honestly. We could also give it a aggregate positive if we wanted to. Hey, Duncrow. What be up, yo? Oh, I remember this crap. That's true, Pillars of Snow. Yeah, everyone's streaming Elden Ring because it's apparently the most perfect video game ever made in the history of the ever. I look forward to giving it negatives and having everyone yell at me for how stupid I am. Now, Ninja, I can't comment on Ninja one way or the other. I more or less literally can't play Ninja. So, that's kind of out, right? So that's just ejected from the equation. Let's see. Other classes that I would consider hard to play? Scholar. I do not like playing Scholar. And I guess that's actually it. I'll stop there. Let's learn how to be a summoner while we're at it. You're a lore runner, I assume? Well met. Thank you for coming. I am Ymitra. I'm a member of the Lost Sons of Zazaza. Ours is a Charlayan order. Then where's your tattoo? That seeks the knowledge of the Elagan Empire. In that regards, we have recently made a singularly important discovery at our dig site in Mordona. We salvaged from the ruins a set of ancient texts describing summoners, arcane practitioners said to have the ability to siphon the essence of the primals and manifest stolen energies as a biddable ally known as an Eggy, which is the dumbest name for a summon in any FF ever. Should we succeed in resurrecting such arts, then we might as well hold our own hands, the power to bring this age of conflict to an end. There is, however, as there always must be, a monumental obstacle to realizing this reality. In order to manifest the obedient incarnations was right, of the beastman savage deities, we must first defeat the primal and capture its essence. Thus, the only one who can do that is, you. If you wish to contribute to my research, come to me in the West Bygroth Strike, and we shall learn how to cast Ifrit. Oh, I agree, Pillars of Snow. Although, there is no such class in WoW or Guild Wars 2, par exemple. But then again, I know some people who would say there's no such thing as a complex class in WoW. Hello. And they would definitely mean that as an elitist statement. You know, Rule Zero violators. Like Hazardous. No, I'm kidding. If Hasnus was an actual Rule Zero fighter, I would have banned him years ago. He's not. He's cool. Okay. I focus upon Ifrit. Let's do it. Yeah, every class is just exactly the same thing. Every class. No, it's a very, very small portion of Ifrit. I'm gonna cast Ruin. Hang on. I'm gonna keep casting Ruin. I've got this. I've got this. Yep. Hang on, let me keep... Nope, gonna ignore... Ah, oh, damn it, I can't ignore mechanics. Damn it! Fine. We did it! Okay. Hi. Most impressive. The Fireborn Eggy has submitted to your will. Eggy? Eggy? I don't think I ever say it out loud. The summon has fulfilled, has submitted to your will. Did we have to go all the way out to Thanel? Okay, whatever. Hope you liked that, because that's most of the summoner quest chain right there. Typing up stuff, don't mind me. Answer. There it is. Nope. Carbuncle is like, wait for me. That's an interesting outfit. It's a momentous occasion. You have rescued the lost art of summoning, but you must know the avatar of which you are bound. Ifrit Eggy. It translates approximately to pure, or the essence of. In short, you have tamed a manifestation of Ifrit's raging fires. As you might expect from an entity born of the Lord of the Inferno, this avatar has, and its capacity for destruction should serve you well in battles to come. With such an ally, you are now a summoner. Now stay away from the summoner. I learned summon Ifrit. I'll become a summoner really quick. There we go. I'll even put on my Summoner Glamour, which I actually do have. Right there. Alright. Titan's essence infuses your aura. I foresee no further obstacles. Let's go learn how to summon Titan. Okay, that's... Alright. Based on how they talk about it, what we're actually doing... How do I phrase this? We're taking a portion of Ifrit and Titan and Garuda and forging a new creature based on our own impression of what that creature should be. So we're effectively remixing a weaker creature based on our idea of the entity and the energy of the entity. Does that make sense? Like, the result that comes out is something that we are designing. Consciously or otherwise. So, You now have to concentrate on your etheric balance towards the spectrum of Earth once you have achieved the required state of Earth affinity. I know, right, Reggie? I mean, we do get Bahamut, so that's something. The primal's essence will be tumble forth and coalesce into the stony form of Titan Eggy. As before, you must demonstrate unflinching authority. Okay. This is absolutely a form of creation magic, which, remember, as we've talked about, is something that theoretically exists in lore. This is probably the most on-camera time we've used this, so it's a good time talking. Remember how I was kind of joking about crafting with ether? Well, the reason that was a joke is because the amount of ether and mastery required to do that is insane. And essentially something we can't do. But what we're doing here is substantially more down to earth. No pun intended. Whoops, I should summon my carbuncle. So yeah, what we're doing here is going to be summoning a temporary manifestation, which itself is only a portion of what we could summon. But even this is something that is extraordinarily, above and beyond what most people can do. There's a reason why we are the summoner, right? And why this person, who is Ishtola's little sister, has been guiding us in learning ancient Eldritch arts in order to just be able to accomplish this relatively minor feat of creation. Meanwhile, I come in search of a log and relics. And what do I find but incompetent... Nice outfit. Incompetent dabblers. By what fate or jest you try to By what fate of jest did you chance across such undeserved power? Who might you be, sir, to so boldly question our accomplishments? At least my horn is much less ridiculous than that. If you have indeed unlocked the secrets of summoning, then you must be in possession of the very treasure I seek. How terribly inconvenient. Excuse me, how terribly convenient. I will need only slay you both and take what I need from your bloody corpses. Mwahahaha! Mwahahaha! Pure evil. Oh my god, it's another summoner. You can tell because he has a horn. Cease your infantile prattle. The continuation of my divine work far outweighs the worth of your pitiful lives. Fna, fna. Yeah, imagine if Isaru was a dick who was also lame. And, well, here we are. Can I move yet, please? There we go. Yeah, well, unfortunately for you, I can do Ifrit too. And mine's better. Actually, yeah, this is Donna. Except stupider, if you can believe that. Why do you struggle so? I'm stupid and evil. Don't you understand what that means? Your unwillingness to accept oblivion delays the inevitable. Heed me, Avatar of Internal Flame. Incinerate these fools with all-consuming hellfire. I'm super strong, I swear. Thank you, Titan. What? Feel nature's fury, you vile blackguard. You can dodge spells in this game? Nice wings, by the way. I tire of this childish game. Thank your gods for granting you another day of miserable existence. He's gone. What an idiot. Thanks, Titan. Scritch, 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 scritch. I know, I'm totally not running away. I'm just going somewhere else now. You get to live one more day. Well, let's go back. Okay. All the people in my message board think I look cool. They said the horn really accents my features. Yeah, sorry if it's not obvious. I do remember this idiot, and I have zero respect for him. We'll see if this story is better than I remember, because by memory, this story is go fight Ifrit, go fight Titan, fight idiot, go fight Garuda, fight idiot, and then fight idiot. And that's the quest. We'll see. So, I did not expect to be suddenly fighting for my life. What precious treasure do we carry that this callous stranger is so willing to kill us to possess it? Oh well. Anyways, Titan is cool. Cool. You learned Titan. I don't like the horns on summoners. I remember when that started. It was FF3. I've never liked it. Like, I mean, look at this. Look at that horn. Look at it! Look at it! Look at it. Pen. So, I had some success in uncovering the identity of your mystery attacker. We knew our assailant was capable of summoning Ifrit, so I perused the record for our last expedition for those who claimed to have triumphed against the Lord of the Inferno. So, there was this 8 names presented as present whereabouts unknown. We are left with one person, Tristan. Assuming the records are accurate, this Hure was once registered as a soldier in the Immortal Flames. As to how the man came by his skills as a summoner, or why he sought to kill us, Nevertheless, I have witnessed him use the art of summoning for casual brutality, and that I cannot countenance. Exactly casual! This power should never be employed for the sake of tyranny or personal gain. It is meant to oppose evils. My carbuncle, which is literally rubbing up against your leg right now, agrees with you. It is our responsibility to bring Tristan to justice. So, through my inquiries, I was able to determine that a war comrade from Tristan's days in the military in Little Alamigo. Of course he's Alamigan. What else would he be? God damn it. I hate Little Alamigo so much. Spit upon it. Patooey, patooey. I'd also insert some casual racism against the Alamegans, but, you know. I'm not a horrible person. Oh, at least an entire gallon, Trihexia. Oh yeah, by the way, you asked a question earlier. You said, does it make sense that Abathur would go rogue during... Rouge is actually what you said. During peace times in StarCraft. It could be made to make sense. I don't think they did that, but I do think it's not completely out of bounds. Well, Tristan wasn't telling tall tales after all. He said I could expect some primal-addled sod to show up and start asking questions. I'll just here and play with some friends of mine. I got a message to deliver. He's all yours, lady! Hello? Why are you making me kill you, exactly? I mean, not that I care, really, but, you know, where are you? Oh, you're shooting me through a wall. Of course you are. Anyways, they're all dead. So, now what? You? Nah, whatever. No. That actually does sound kind of cool, Dr. Winter. Back in 3.5, there was a flavor text thing, which boiled down to sorcerers could have some minor cosmetic appearance changes based on their, well, their dragon sire. I only did some stuff with that a couple of times. Why is this person so far away from a warp point? Why are you here? We're set upon. The fiend is one step ahead of us. I'd wager 10 years of dig site findings that Tristan warned his allies long before you set foot in that settlement. They thought you were one of the tempered, a mortal enthralled to a primal's will. In addition to being ruthless, it seems our opponent is intelligent and not quite as deranged as originally assumed. Such a level of planning hints at the existence of a greater scheme. That we all know. For the moment, we must be content with the knowledge that he perceives us as a threat. Speaking of which, you did exceedingly well to survive the trap into which I blithely sent you. Is that just a shirt? Nope, that's much less than a shirt. I must apologize for my carelessness. I will not underestimate this man again. On a happier note, I have deciphered more Alagan text. Here, read this. With your skills already tried and tested against the Eggy, you should have little difficulty in mastering the secondary summoning technique such as this. Cool. Yes, by this point we would almost assuredly have a mount unless we skipped the quest. But you can't mount indoors. That is to say, you can't mount in town. Which is dumb, by the way. Alright, go get some armor. No, sorry. We will chase this man's shadow. Such a straightforward pursuit will leave us one step behind. Our sole advantage is the treasure we appear to possess that he appears to covet. Eventually his desire will bring him to us. When he strikes, I cannot say. Thus, we prepare for conflict. As fortune would have it, the ruins of Mordona have provided us a new force of strength. The Evoker's attire! So go get some gear, as I just said. See how bad this one is, shall we? Of course, getting a login gear in the shadow of the Crystal Tower makes perfect sense. In its own way. Nope. I mean, you've got the sprint button, which is on cooldown. That is it. Yes, we're doing New Game Plus to show off some of the old content. As the, I think this is 80? Summoner gear probably gave away. Hey, Rambros! Whoop, hang on, let's try that again. What's up? We do the Predator thing. Yeah! I suspected you would make an appearance before long, and I presume this fine gentleman is the new summoner I've heard so much about. Yes, hopefully the first of many. Now pray tell me, Rambros, has the discovery of a login-made Evoker's attire been confirmed? It has, and a historical find. Then I would ask a boon of you. You recall the predicament of which I spoke? Our chances of survival would greatly improve if you would consider giving Lore all the gear. Well, he is a summoner, and I must confess to no small degree of scholarly curiosity. Alright. Go save the researchers and kill the enemies, and we will give you the armor. Done. Which game had better gameplay, FF11 or FF14 1.0? FF11. I've said this so many times, I feel like a broken record. FF14 1.0 was the worst game. Ever. Just ever. In general. Nothing, and I do mean nothing, has ever surpassed it. And I doubt anything ever will. Hazardous is not joking. Final Fantasy 1 has better gameplay than FF14 1.0. That is not a joke, not an exaggeration. No memes. No humor. Oh god, I'll save you. If I could target the thing. There we go. There we go. Sorry, I was having trouble targeting the enemy. You know what? Mega Man X7 has better gameplay than FF14 1.0. No. Really. Mirror Knights? Yeah, they've been most bothersome. Oh god, there's a Mirror Knight. Right to hell, it's like, yeah! Victory for the loser! Sorry. Ride to Hell Retribution. Drunk, slovenly, big belly, bad skin, no hair, walks in the thing. You know, I'm better than a Final Fantasy game. Which one? You know, FF14. What? FF14 1.0. Oh. Get out. They throw him out. He lands into the mud. So, with the ruins free of the Mirror Knights, the excavations can proceed at a far more satisfying pace. Trembling in fear of one's life makes it astonishingly difficult to handle ancient artifacts. Yeah? So, thanks for the armor. Smile, please. See, I don't know the meme of which you speak, Reggie, and that's probably a good thing. Because your memes are terrifying. Or just weird. Hey, ready for this? This is the speed thing we have. Yeah! This is the speed boost. Go! Go! Behold the speed! J-Boots! The best part is this is kind of J-Boots. Because it's a speed boost that lasts, what, 10 seconds? Yep, nope, 10 seconds. Nope, I'm wrong. It actually lasts 20 seconds out of combat. My bad. 20 seconds. So this was how the summoners of old were clad. Well, more or less. It's unfortunate the ruins have yet to surrender the final piece to the suns. These garments, aside from the coloring, are identical to the garb the Tristan wore. He will find no edge against you through his equipment. When next you face the murderous Cad, victory will be determined by who's the more talented summoner. Probably going to be me. To that end, go fight Garuda. Okay. Do I have to? The floating city of Nim? Really? Okay. Let's go fight Garuda, then. Let's see. A gameplay positive to EverQuest. I can't think of any. Oh, I can think of several story positives to EverQuest. EQ had a story, it was just really, really, really in the background. Like, you think WoW doesn't present its story well? No. Imagine WoW with no cutscenes and no dialogue, and that's EverQuest's story. It's there! It is there! I mean, there was a whole story arc surrounding the Sleepless One, to name the most famous example. That's not a rumor. EverQuest kind of didn't do quests, ironically. That concept wasn't pioneered until World of Warcraft. Much, much later. Probably Dream Whisperer. Although, of course, not enough time has passed for us to really judge that. Also, I don't want to spoil, but let's just say that that very topic is actually going to come up later. Yeah, they actually played the boss songs for Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda when you're doing their fights. I mean, that tracks for us. Fate joined. I wish there was a toggle to just turn fates off. Like, you need to do them occasionally for quests, but, like, just for roaming around, it'd be nice to just be like, chunk, and just not see the fates. Just, nope, we're good. I know, it's an extraordinarily minor complaint. I'm not trying to be persnickety. It's just, that'd be cool, right? It's partially the music. It's partially the fact that, you know, I'll get the pop-up, and of course the thing in the upper right, and it's like, hey, here's the progress, and I'm like, I don't care. I'm trying to do a quest. Leave me alone. We haven't done the Mechanicus test for FF14. Let's do that during Warrior. I think that'd be an acceptable test time for that. Oh yeah, there's another white mage outfit. Yeah, kind of looks like that. Alright, you now command 3 powerful avatars. As you've no doubt realized, however, each of these entities has a particular role in which it excels. Garuda is using distant magic. This isn't really true anymore. But, you know, summoner overhauls, you know? It's cool. We're cool. Class be good, yo. We can now summon Garuda. Alright, let's go kill the dude. My poor colleagues at the Find have been murdered! The reports are confused, but they all mention the same black-robed attacker. You know as well as I do that Tristan's behind the massacre. He's indeed grown bold or desperate. Well, that's awful. Let's go deal with him. Jesus. In D2? So I have 2, believe it or not, Ross. And it depends on how far I plan to go in terms of difficulty. If I only plan to go through normal difficulty, Necro. If I plan to go past that, Sorceress. Necro summoner build, but skeletal adds. Skeletal Swarm, I think is actually the name of it. Yeah, that's, it's fun. It's completely infeasible in higher difficulties, but in normal difficulty, you can just wash over enemies with skeletons. You have to really level it up to be worthwhile, though. Yes, I'm absolutely certain it was the same Dark Summoner who she described to us. We were celebrating a recent find, the soul of an Alagan summoner, when a man in robes appeared and demanded we surrender the gem. We objected to this arrogant imposition. He simply sneered at our refusal. Next moment, the world exploded into flame. Through a haze of agony, I saw him snatch up the crystal from a smoldering body and stride off towards the singing shards. The bastard slaughtered my friends. No warning, no negotiation. If the gods grant you a chance to exact vengeance, I pray you show him the same mercy he afforded us. Oh yeah, we're gonna murder the crap out of him. You kidding me? Alright, so... pretty sure that someone in chat is going to dislike me for saying this. But there's only one class I don't enjoy in Diablo 2. Can you guess which one it is? Water. Splish, splish, splish. Barb? No, Barb's pretty fun. Hammered in? No, I can make Hammered in work. No, Pillars of Snow is quite correct. It is Druid. Oh, don't mistake me. I've played Druid several times, and I've done several builds on Druid. I never found it fun. Just sort of the critical, relevant point there. So while we watch this terrible cutscene of the evil man, I think his name is Evil. Be evil. Look at him. Oh my god, an Ascian! I have brought you the soul crystals as promised. Is this the... I think this is the only Ascian that touches into one of the class quests, at least early on. Yes, they appear to be authentic Alagan artifacts. Oh yeah, this is a lesser Ascian, although we don't know what that means yet. Very well, I shall honor our bargain. From these gems I shall draw forth the memories of the ancient summoners and the slumbering essence of an elder primal. All the attendant knowledge and power will be yours. That looks like it hurt. The pain. Power. Unlimited power. Now, interesting little lore tidbit. The kind of thing he's going to try to summon here should probably kill him, just from the act of doing so. But notice how much etheric crystals are around us here. The bumbling summoner and his incompetent lackey make an appearance at last. You think to capture... Oh, right, he's pathetic. You think to capture me? Fools! I have orchestrated your every move. You've grown much, that's true, but through the wisdom of the Paragons, I now command the power of a primal elder. You made a deal with the Paragons? You call us fools? The Ascians will never release their hold on you. A small price to pay. If you can feel the strength. Now I'll get back at Billy for the time he made fun of my uniform. Yeah, okay. Now I'm gonna kill you. This is what you get for making fun of my horn. Yep, it's Ifrit too. Ifrit harder. Oh, we killed him. By all the memories of the summoner's past, I should have been unstoppable. I will sear the disease of beastmen from the face of the land. Deprived of worshippers, the primal that tempered my weak-willed sibling will wither into oblivion. I have a backstory that's totally sympathetic. You should sympathize with me, even though I've actually murdered several people in this quest chain. Once the soft-headed fool had been tempered, there was no saving him. Thus I took it upon myself to expunge the stain of embarrassment. But my work is undone. The primal, all primals, must suffer for that insult. After I killed my brother. When I killed your brother, I sounded just like... this! Sorry. Can you not see I am a black sword of vengeance? I shall wrest the soul crystal from your blasted corpse. I am super strong and powerful. Behold my might. Remember, that's a lot of ether that's being crystallized into a solidified form whenever they cast that. And, had to come from somewhere, and he was already pretty spent. We've already established in 2 separate class chains that if you cast beyond your monopool, your battery, as we've described several times, there's only one other place for that to come from. So he dead, yo. He died like he lived. Pathetic. So I want you to think that discounting the means, our purposes were fundamentally one and the same. A summoner employs the savagery of the primals to conquer primals themselves. Had Tristan approached us as an ally, we might have found ourselves aiding his cause. Alas, he was a stupid moron! Each vicious act must have pushed the man deeper into madness until eventually the lust for power and vengeance was all that drove him. The might of primals carries with it a burden of responsibility. Oh, and some danger. I hope you never see corrupted by the energies you use. Don't worry. Alright, now, I want to know how to summon Bahamut. Is that okay? You want a what? While we're here, Blackfile asked a question I've been kind of chewing on. He said, of all the FF games, that have summoning, What's your favorite summon? And that's actually pretty difficult, because there's a lot of cool summons over the years. It'd be easier to pick one per game at that rate. But if you absolutely shoved my head to a wall, put a gun to my face, pulled the trigger 15 times, then I suppose I would go with Alexander. Doesn't matter which FF, really. Alexander's just kind of awesome. He's awesome in 6, he's awesome in 7, he's awesome in 9, he's awesome in 14. Okay, he sucks in 13. But everyone else, he's cool. Oh, I wish I would love to declare our troubles at an end, but I fear the Ascian with whom Tristan made his bargain is yet afoot. These so-called paragons prey up... Yeah, okay, so I'm just going to skip this. We know what Ascians are. Blah, blah, blah. Here's the armor. Were you aware of the deep layer of power hidden in your avatars? A technique exists that allows you to tap the full potential of your Eggy. You must have seen him use this ability. During your final battle, you have heard of a whisper emanating from the soul crystal. Still your mind. You will hear the voices of the ancient summoners instructing you in their greatest achievement. The true power of the Eggy will be yours when you do the level 60 quest, which we haven't done yet. So, what do we think about that quest chain? What the hell is in Kindle? Oh. Okay. Yeah, the villain was legitimately stupid. The lore was interesting, but mostly ancillary. I can't actually say the gameplay is negative-worthy, even though it has some of the same problems as other classes. It also bypasses some of those problems, too. I mean, it at least bothered to have honest-to-goodness boss fights in the middle, instead of just, go to this random spot, kill this random thing, come back, repeat. Yeah, as honestly, I feel like the Summoner story is just going to be a complete wash. No pluses, no minuses. On either axis. Oh well, I guess that's better than the alternative. Next! Speaking of, now by memory I didn't like this quest chain, so we'll see what we think of it this time around. Where are we at? Marauder. Nope, nope. Not Marauder. Warrior. There we go. Oh, and I promised we'd do the Mechanicus Test, so let's get rid of the music for a bit. That is a good damn question, Pillars of Snow. Running out of time, maybe? No ideas? I don't know. I mean, this isn't exactly a problem that goes away. The Dancer quest chain sucks. The 70 Dancer quest chain? 70 to 80? Ah, lore, just the man I was hoping to see. It's plain as day you're no equal. You've no equal in our guild. And I have a task I'd entrust to no ordinary marauder. I just received a message from an old comrade of ours, who now serves as a guardsman in Costa del Sol. It would seem the fighting's grown fierce. He finds himself in need of reinforcements. So, the man is no white-livered whelp. He can wield an axe with the best of them, as evidenced by Master Gegaruju paying good coin for the services of him and his men. No, any enemy that can fluster them is not one to be trifled with. So, I sent this person ahead of you to tend to the wounded. Seek her out, and don't kill her. It's going to be hard to do. I will do my best. Alright, let's head to Costa del Sol, shall we? This is why I wanted to do this, the Mechanicus test here. Now I don't have to hear Costa del Sol's music. Lord, you're a sight for sore eyes. A nasty bale of turtles have been preying on the area of late, snapping and gnashing at everything in sight. Well, even the best men that Gegaruju could buy find themselves no match for the creatures. Word has it the beasts have been sighted swimming in from the lightly guarded northern shore. Go deal with that. Yeah, sure. I think this music better suits Costa del Sol. Hey, look, it's Fell Demon. Okay, real talk, I hate the warrior armor. The 50 warrior armor. The canonical armor for us, the main characters. Oh, I hate the helmet. But the rest of it's just kind of... no, not my thing. Damn it, Laura, we must see to these beasts. Man, I could try to dissect it, Black Vial. But the long and the short of it is, the Mechanicus soundtrack is brilliantly constructed. I don't have that ability... Really? Okay. Oh, right. I'm not a warrior right now. Bull crap, I know. Yeah, I know, I'm a marauder right now. That's the problem. Dark Knight is my least favorite tank, personally. I will admit I want to like Warrior more than I do. But I still enjoy it enough. Just not it's not my favorite. Ugh. So there's the helmet, in case you were wondering what that looked like. See it? Behold that beautiful helmet! That axe. Mechanicus is actually the name of the game. Warhammer 40,000 Mechanicus is the name of the game. I've seen worse too, but, you know. I mean, I've played KOTOR. Dark Knight does have good viscerality. I will actually agree with you on that. Whatever. Anywho, Dr. Winter says, by memory, how would you rate the class stories of Tor? I assume, of course, you mean from a story axis. At the very top would be Agent, then Sith Warrior, then Sith Inquisitor, then Bounty Hunter, then Smuggler, probably Consular next. I'd hesitate there because I don't remember Consular that much. But it can't be as bad as Jedi Knight and Trooper, which are at the bottom. Now, the order I plan to play them is the exact reverse of that, with a couple of variances. We're going to bounce back and forth a little bit, by design. Sith Warrior, Jedi Knight, and then we're going to do Trooper and Bounty Hunter. Or Bounty Hunter Trooper, sorry, the other direction. And then we're going to do Sith Inquisitor, and then Consular, and then Smuggler, and finally Agent. That should send them scuttling back to their nests. Call me Curious George. Actually, it means Curious Gorge, but, you know, whatever. One remark about the name and I'll rip your heads off from your shoulders and suck the marrow out of your twitching spines. You're from Costa del Sol, I reckon. Not so much. We're the Marauders Guild, sent by the Axemaster Winders Bob to assist in defense. I am Bobette, and this is my comrade Bob. I mean, Lore. The guild, you say? Well, blow me down and call me a bogey. Had you told me sooner, I'd have introduced myself with proper respect. You're Lore, right? We've only just met, but I see in you a strength I've not found in ornament. What say you unleash the best beast within and become a warrior? Warrior? So it was you I saw, brandishing battle techniques I had thought lost to the sands of time. Lost? Maybe in these parts. Where I come from, the way the warriors... By the way, let's just get this out of the way. When they say warrior, they mean barbarian. The warriors in this game, in lore, are barbarians. They're all about rage and roar. And that's how warriors function in lore. Just want to make that very clear. Our numbers dwindle with every new summer, and this is why I left the mountain where I was raised to come here. What say you, lore? If you would walk the path of the warrior, seek me out. Oh yeah, by the way, I think it was a mistake to make warriors tanks. Then again, I also think it was a mistake to make Dark Knights tanks. But that's just me. Warriors of old. We have all heard the tales, but never once did I dream I'd meet one in the flesh. My memory's cloudy, but many years ago there was a young marauder in the company of heroes who would unleash crushing blows, theretofore unseen by his comrades. When the company disbanded, he vanished. Might that be Curious Gorge? I cannot vouch for the man's identity, but there's no denying this display of strength, and he's taken a liking to you. Music shift. I don't know, Bardarians are pretty terrifying. Thank you, silly idea, very much. Always appreciate that support. Wah! And running into a wall. Give me a minute. I will jot that down for a game I'm pretty sure is on the list. Off-Mortis Ghost. I knew you'd come. Let us begin. Any man could take up the axe, but to become a warrior, you must tame the inner beast. Enjoy that. That's the plot thread for the next 3 quest arcs. I witnessed your battle. I must say I'm impressed. You've proven more worthy of this than I could have imagined. In your hands lies the soul of the warrior. Crystal with which deeds... Yep, we know what these are. Thank you. Yep. Okay. Cool. My brother, without him, I fear there's little more I could teach you at this time. But that will not discourage me from continuing my studies. His brother has the ability to read. Until then, I ask you must... I'm not making that up, by the way. Until then, I ask you must use the knowledge I've passed on to you. Okay. Do I prefer Tobey Maguire or Tom Holland? Tom Holland. No question. Okay, now let's become a warrior. Woo, excuse me. Welcome back. I can see you've not neglected your training. For my part, I fear deciphering ancient chronicles is proving more demanding task I had imagined. Mind you, it hasn't helped that I've been somewhat preoccupied. A comrade of mine from the days of the Company of Heroes asked me to do a favor, and it's taken me back and forth across the realm like a bloody ferry. I'm on a hunt for some feral beast that's been terrorizing small folk. People don't know where it's come from, but they say its thirst for blood is unlike anything they've ever seen. Unfortunately, the time I spent in pursuit of the beast, I have not spent studying the chronicles, and I'm sorry to say I've made very little progress. However, I was able to get one passage that may be of interest to us both. From what I gather, the chronicles tell of an ancient set of armor, forged by the ancestors in the flames of the Seven Hells, and inscribed with the arcane incantations that adorn the soul. So, yep, I really need this armor, but my brother is not here. So, go to this spot, kill this thing, transcend your physical form. Okay. I wasn't even going to comment on that, Pillar System. Where can I find this legendary armor? You're kidding, right? No, tell me! Okay, look at your arm. Uh-huh. Ah! If Warrior and Dark Knight weren't tanks... Oh, God. I didn't realize how loud that was. What other classes would be made tanks instead? Well, the first and most obvious answer, and one I've already given... Samurai. Samurai has always traditionally been a tank class in FF games. Specifically parry, which in gameplay terms is just avoidance, not taking damage at all. That's an interesting mount. Don't think I've seen that one before. I've seen the beast. He does this and that, and he's... Yeah, okay, yeah, I got it. Hey, it's this jackass. Remember him? Let's see. So, Samurai is the easy pick. But what do we do for the other one? Because we need another tank, right? So looking at our... assuming we are forced to use existing classes rather than just adding a new one, because that'll destabilize. Depends on how brave we're feeling. If we want to be... well, normal... boring? I don't know what to use here. Oh my god, it's a sandworm! I mean... listen, Dream Whisperer. My axe is super awesome, and that's all that matters. Well, hang on, Dr. Winter. I'm trying to think of a boring take before I give my insane idea. I feel like Ninja would be a better avoidance tank. Rogue tank is a real concept. And it's pretty much exactly what you were talking about, Dr. Winter. Avoidance tank. Evasion tank is what that's usually called. And some people say it jokingly, but there really is such a thing like that. There's a reason my monk in the D&D campaign I'm playing right now is the tank. It's because I don't get hit. I get right up there and it's like, nope, nope, nope. So, you get stronger, everything's cool. Yeah, Illidan in Heroes of the Storm is a good example of that kind of dodge tank. This is really loud, wow. Dune is not public domain, I'm afraid. Hell, even Winnie the Pooh isn't fully public domain. So, he is spent poring over ancient texts. He fears his worth on the battlefield is diminishing every day. He is certain his studies of the Chronicles will yield some use. Last night he discovered how warriors of his tribe came to be shunned by the outside world. Upon witnessing his people's prowess with the axe, the armies of the city-states began to incorporate similar techniques into their own training. They are the self-same techniques I've been instructing you in, the ones which call upon the inner beast. The consequences, of course, were dire. Yes, the soldiers became nigh unstoppable, but also wholly uncontrollable. Both friend and foe fell prey to the ensuing carnage. Of course, the heads of the city-states laid the blame of these atrocities at the feet of my kind, banning the ancient art and imprisoning anyone suspected of teaching it. What I find hard to grasp is I've never once in my training did my brother hint at this dark history. Not only have I myself seen one of my tribes succumb to the rage of the Chronicles described, maybe they're just falsehoods? Stories concocted by a long-forgotten enemy who would poison our heritage, befoul our tribe's name? But who in their right mind would seek to sully something so pure? And why would my ancestors just bow their heads and suffer such ignominy? That my people should be so weak, so bereft of pride is inexplicable. I refuse to believe it. It matters not if these claims are groundless. If they prompted my tribe's art fade into obscurity, then the damage has already been done. But I won't turn a blind eye to this injustice. If none of my people will lie to the stories, will give to the lie to the stories of tarnished reputation, it'll have to be me. Anyways, right, sorry. It's near Wayne Point. Go help them out. Okay. Let's get away from that noise. Jesus. Now, hang on. If we want to be crazy, I would say either Bard or Dancer could be a tank. Although I wouldn't put Dancer into it. I think Dancer fits another role better. But we could make a Bard tank. Maybe a Machinist. No, yeah, Machinist is better than Bard. There we go. And you're probably thinking, Lore, you're crazy! And you are absolutely right. However, ranged tank is another concept that is not just a meme or a joke. It is a concept that has worked in several games over several years. It's just not often used because most games, frankly, don't have the complexity of a mob to understand that they're being tanked at range. Or the gameplay system to allow you to be at ranged, or rather, to be in melee while being a ranged tank. My friends, Wineport is obliged for your aid. The fiends come relentlessly, and few able-bodied men have found themselves overly matched. Please, leave the defenses to us, my good man. I will secure the western gate. Oh, hey, Curious Gorge. Lore, defend the town from the east. We will form a bulwark. Not a single fiend will penetrate. Once the enemy has been driven back, we return here to back up the captain. Done. Pet people, go. WoW has had ranged tanks at several points in its history. WoW has had healer tanks. And again, I want to stress, I don't mean that like as a joke or a meme. I mean it was a viable build at several points in its history. My friend actually was a paladin healer tank at one point in Wrath, specifically. In both BC and Pandaria, warlocks were tanks, and there are other examples as well. I myself was also a mage tank back in BC. This was on Frost Mage, specifically. Yeah, I'm not even talking about hunters. I've actually told that story before. I was the main tank of our guild on my hunter for quite a while. So in short, I think actually codifying a ranged tank would be cool. I can do some cool stuff with it. But I stand by what I said earlier. I think Machinist fits that better than anything else in this game. That was Kata, von Falkenstein. Thank the 12, you're safe. We have need of your skills. I heard a scream. One of the beasts is loose in the village. Uh-oh. Get away, get away! Wait, what? But I... Come no closer, Lore. I beg you. I must return to the falls. Whatever got into Curious Gorge? It 'tis truly fought like a man possessed, but to mistake him for the very beast he hunts. Methinks the child's parents have been feeding her a few too many ghost stories. Worry not, I will speak to the villagers and clear this up. You return and tell Curious Gorge Wineport is indebted to him for his aid. Yeah, actually, so far this story is not as bad as I remember. I think I mostly misremember, or rather, remember the warrior stories being suck, because of the next one and the next one. AKA the Heavensward one and the Stormblood one. But we'll see, yeah, as I say, we're not done yet. We're not even at the go get the armor pieces part. Lore, forgive me for leaving so abruptly. It was hasty reaction to a situation for which I was completely unprepared. While both you and I know I was in complete control of the inner beast, I realized to the layman's eye it may have seemed that the opposite was true. Mayhap this was the very misapprehension that lent weight to the lies which led to my tribe's disgrace, and if that's the case, maybe I should return once more to the Chronicles. Speaking of which, your light sparkles. Ah, if only I had not forsaken me, my brother. Anyways, I suppose I will continue my studies. Okay. Yes, his name is Curious Gorge. I learned Mithril Tempest. I don't know what that is, but woo! Oh, that's this one. Welcome back. I have exciting news. I finally uncovered clues as to the armor. You gotta go find the armor, Lore. Go find the armor, Lore. Mm-hmm. Yep. Uh-huh. Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Okay, go get armor. Got it. Really? Oh my god. Okay. Good night, Dream Whisperer. Do have some good rests. Ugh. That's a good question, Lonely Sparrow. Obviously, I recorded that video a while ago. Over a year ago at this point. But I won't spoil what I thought of it. You know, I kind of do want you to watch the video. Let's see here. Okay, so, S.A. Ross says, is there a DC character whose DCAU version isn't your favorite portrayal of that character? Doomsday. Now, I don't like Doomsday that much in general, because he's the Hulk. But I feel like the DCAU really toned down Doomsday. And the problem is, all Doomsday has going for him is his ridiculous power level. You remove that and all you have is an idiot who punches things. So, that's my answer. Why do I think the Tor Imperial classes have more interesting stories than their Republic counterparts? So, real answer, I have no idea. I mean, okay, I have a theory. A lore theory, you might even say. I have theorized for a while that because of the incredibly troubled development cycle that Tor had, they either did the Republic first or the Republic last. Which I know sounds contradictory, but the point is, a lot of developers will do their best work when they're working fresh, and then some developers will do their best work when they're working with experience. I'm not sure which one they are. But either way, the Sith side of the stories are just so much better universally than the Republic side that it's just kind of weird. Anyways. Offshore Twitch account says, how do you motivate yourself creatively? You know, that's the second time you've asked me that. I'm going to give you the exact same answer I did last time. I am a creative person. Now, I'm very stupid about it. I'm one of the dumbest creators I know, and I have no creativity in me. But what I do have is a need, and I want to stress that word for a second. A need to create. For me, I would consider that a required aspect of existence. If I didn't have some kind of creative outlet, I would probably go crazy. So, even though what I create sucks, I do have to do it on a regular basis. Right now, my primary outlets are the Trek Rewrite and the Accordance music, which I get to make. And that's my, what do you call it? Ration. That's my rationing. But you're asking me, of course, for motivation, to which I cannot give you an answer because there is no such thing as me giving you. Hey, nobody else has been commenting, Ross, although I noticed there's some messages I need to read when I'm done streaming today. But I can't just give you motivation, nor can I tell you what is going to motivate you, because that's not how that works. Everyone finds motivation in different ways, from different things, in different styles. There was even a My Little Pony video, or excuse me, episode about this. I'm stuck. There we go. Well, all you have to do, silly idea, is you have to type in exclamation mark, the letter Q, and then a space, and then your question. It logs it there, and I save it for when I have downtime, like right now, where I can answer it, that way it doesn't interrupt cutscenes, or busy battles, or in other words, moments where I otherwise can't answer you. Or shouldn't answer you. Speaking of which, Offshore Twitch account also says, would you ever consider doing the Game Gear Sonic game? No. No! Gah! Okay, real talk. I would be extremely disinclined to add those games because they suck. I've actually played them. But, a game sucking isn't what removes a game from consideration for review. So if you really wanted to add the Game Gear games, then what that would require is me figuring out a way to find and play a legal copy of those games. Which I don't know of off the top of my head because I've never looked into it. So that's problem one. Problem two is then I'd have to decide if it's worth the time investor. Which it might be. Other than that, your second question is, of course, are the Rush games on the table in the future, or is the DS unfeasible? DS games are some of the hardest games to stream, so that's literally a case-by-case basis. I would have to actually do a tech test per game for anything on the DS. So, that's where that's at. No, you can't. I cannot legally play FF14 1.0, Reggie. How fares your collection? Have you found the armor? I have to put the junk on? Oh my god. Okay, I was already going to give this quest chain a negative. But that's stupid. This is the only quest that requires me to put on this garbage. That armor so becomes you, I cannot tell it you had it on at first glance, but now I have no doubt. I sense the power and zip, 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 blah, 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 blah. Okay. I'm going to take this crap off immediately. God. It's the only quest that requires us to put that crap on. Maybe that's a good thing that they actually give it to us. Anyways. Trihexia says, how does this sound for a book? Premise. It's the Earth, several hundred years after the rapture, and the descendants of the unworthy in heaven still love on Earth alongside demons and other monsters, with angels stuck on Earth. Why are the angels stuck on Earth? Oh, live on Earth. That makes more sense. Listen, Reggie. Curious Gorge is curious. Come on. Is curious no more. Oh my god, it's the most powerful enemy ever. No, it was decent at level. Not great, but it was decent. There was crafter gear and tombstone gear and raid gear that was better. But it was still decent, right? Like, I don't want to sound that dismissive. It's just, I don't like this quest chain to begin with. I am guaranteed to give it a full negative on the gameplay axis. This has actually been one of the worst of the class quests on the gameplay axis so far. We have to go all over the place, and every time we return, we go to a place that's way off over here by this freaking waterfall, and it sends us not just all over the place like several of them have, but in all over the place places which are hard or irritating to reach. So it's actually worse in the armor section than any of the other class quests have been so far. So, the ancient warrior's armor derives its power from a concordance between the incantations engraved on the steel and the inner beast of the wearer. But my own resonance was too weak, which is why my soul crystal, which once burned bright like yours, has been reduced to a lifeless husk. Why this happened, I cannot say, but the tome is quite clear about what would happen were the powers of the armor bestowed upon one whose soul is weak. The inner beast would devour the mind of the wearer, who would go on a mindless rampage that would end only with the mercy of death. Not unlike the crazed fiends we battle. I believe the armor sensed my weakened state, foresaw the potential, and knowingly shut its powers off to me. I dare say we're fortunate it did. I feel an apology is in order at this juncture. I must tell you, I left the final piece where I found it. The breastplate, as the piece closest to the warrior's heart, has powers far greater and more dangerous than the other pieces. Congrats, Pillars of Snow. Uncertain as I am to the reason, I fear it may be imperiling everyone. Your soul is stronger than me. I'm awesome, blah, 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 blah. You would seek the ultimate relic. Very well. But I beg of you, the moment you feel yourself losing control, cast the armor aside. Okay. Speaking of going way off in the middle of nowhere in an irritating, frustrating place to reach. Oh, yep, bot just died like seconds ago. Wow, hang on. Right after it got silly ideas question. There we go. Back up. By the way, you see how close I am to hitting level 90 on my warrior? Do you see that at the top? That is, 400... No, that's wrong. Nope, that's right. 497,039 experience away from leveling. Which, if you understand, that's a pittance. That's nothing. That's a good question, Dr. Winter. I don't have an answer to you, I'm afraid. I don't know what the intended order for doing these things was. I don't know if they wanted you to max out one class and then stick with it, or if they wanted you to play multiple classes, or what. I am not the person to ask that, I'm afraid. Hand over the breastplate. After much wrestling with the thought, I simply cannot trust the relic to an outsider who may be overwhelmed by its power. I return now to Hidden Falls. Okay. Okay, that's fair. Early on, the cross-skill thing means they probably expected people to cross-class. Anyways, Trihexia, it sounds like something I wouldn't be interested in, but it sounds like a decent premise. It's essentially a post-apocalypse story, just with a twist, which works. So I'm with it. Dr. Winter says, which Warhammer Chaos God is the most dangerous? Not Warhammer 40k. So, there's two answers to that. One is Slaanesh, which I shouldn't even have to explain. And the other's Khorne. Lore, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for things to happen like this, but I have no choice. I have wrestled long and hard with the matter, but this is the decision. I cannot trust you with this power when I do not even trust myself. That's right, I won't attempt to don the plate either. Nor will anyone. Not until I have proof there is one with a will strong enough to withstand the siren call. Peer into your soul! Peer into the eyes of the beast! Can you say you engage the monster in battle and emerge victorious? Okay. Oh, yeah, no, each of these quests are about 5 levels apart. So normally, we would be like, yay, and then we'd go and level and quest and do whatever, and then we come back and be like, hey. There's much to discuss, but now's not the time. You recall my mention of the hunt for the bloodthirsty creature. I have found it, near Wineport. What's more, the creature appears more man than beast. We must find this quarry. We must stop them. We must prove to the world that my art has been wrongly judged. Perhaps then my ancestors will deem me worthy. Even my brother will. No guesses for who is actually the man-beast who is attacking the town. So, the reason I say Slaanesh is fairly obvious, but for those of you wondering, the reasoning is that Slaanesh is the manipulator, the deceiver, the seducer, etc. Succubus, enough said. Here's the thing. Khorne is more dangerous because Khorne can't really be stopped by any kind of conventional method. So, Warhammer, Chaos deities in general, whether in Warhammer or Warhammer 40k, both have the same general concept, and that concept is that they are an idea made manifest. This is one of the reasons why new Chaos gods can be birthed, right? Khorne is of conflict and contention. It is quite literally impossible to fight Khorne without empowering him. Because by sheer virtue of fighting him, you are making him stronger. So Khorne is just going to keep on going, basically. And that's why I say he could be argued to be one of the most dangerous. Yeah, Khorne wants blood to be shed, and he does not care whose, or where, or why. He is conflict manifest. Thank the gods for your presence. Wineport is in your debt once more. Ah, fell creatures bear down on the village in hordes as if drawn by a great hairy beast. You must stop them! Lore, fend off the creatures. I will see to the beast. This is my battle fight. I might have meant... or however the hell you pronounce that. I might have gotten my name screwed up. I also have no idea how to pronounce it and don't care. But I stand by my true answer, which is Khorne. In a setting like Warhammer, Khorne is never going away. the T is silent, but then why is there a T there? Shut up! Okay, God. It's the monster! It's the beast! Run for your lives! Stop. These people are not your enemy. The enemy lies within. Whoop, I didn't mean to hit that button. You're stronger than this. Take control of the beast. Do not let it consume you. Brother! Yeah, lore shock. We all saw that coming. Look what you're doing. You're destroying all that I worked to restore. The fate of our people rests in our hand, brother. Your weakness would cost us everything. I will not let it happen. I will not! Our ancestors have chosen me to lead our people to glory, and no one will stop me! No one. No one. No one. It was I who unlocked the secrets of the Chronicles. I who trained you in their ways. I who uncovered the locations of the legendary artifacts. Really, dude? I who defeated my tribe's greatest warrior. I am the master! I am the master! Return to me what is rightfully mine! Give me the armor! Tear it from your bloody corpse! What, Reggie? Oh, he's dead. Wow! God, even I wasn't expecting that. I failed. I failed you, failed my people, failed my ancestors, and failed my own kin. I found out long ago what became of my brother, but did everything I could to deny it. I thought if only I could prove myself stronger, that the people would see the madness as a product of a weak mind. They would believe the problem lay in him, not our tribe. Yet all the while my own soul was growing weaker and weaker. The inner beast had taken hold. It would not let go. It drove me as it drove my ancestors, the keeper of the armor, and my brother. Our tribe had lost sight of who we were. In seeking ever more strength, we allowed ourselves to fall victim to that which long scored in others as weakness. Instead of learning to harden our wills, we steeled them with anger, and therein lay our folly. Like a bonfire, anger burns hot and bright, but when the fuel that feeds it is spent, all that remains is ash. By accepting anger as our guide, we left ourselves at the wills of the mercy of the inner beast. But not you. Your will is more akin to the lava which courses through the mountains. It burns as strong, stronger than the bonfire. But when it cools, it becomes hard, firm, unbreakable. This quality allows you to keep your inner beast at bay. Yeah, I'm also not a moron like you. I have something called a will save, which is going to be useful when I become a Dark Knight later. My people were once as you are now, Lord, and I believe that is why my ancestors chose to speak to you. They sensed true strength within you, such strength as could rightly represent our people and our art. Had I but realized this myself, none of this would have happened. Well, what's done is done. If I'm to have any hope of restoring my people's name, I must start over at the beginning. And this time I mustn't do it alone. It may take time, but together my brother and I will restore our village to its former glory. And when we have, I shall remember Lore, my friend and fellow warrior, who saved me from myself, that my dream might become reality. Yep. Wineport is in your debt again. And we see the truth with our own eyes. Pray tell Curious Gorge as much. We will be relying on him for his protection. He is a true warrior, and a Hamlet will be lost without his strength. Yeah, sure. So, see you around, Giga Pudding. Think not, or fear not. Take your pick. So let's talk a little bit about in lore, how this works. Obviously, there's a long-standing tradition in fiction about being so angry you can't die. See Barbarians and D&D. But the truth is a little bit more complicated here. Remember, we're all made of ether, and all of the non-magical classes use ether to empower themselves. I've already talked about that with regards to Paladin. I've talked about that with regards to like Monk and all that stuff. The way that the warrior works is they deliberately create an internal feedback loop within their own ether. And that, obviously, by virtue of it, kind of feeds into itself and just kind of sort of provides a, let's call it a shell. But the problem with that is obvious. You've created a feedback loop in your own ether. And that's incredibly dangerous because you have to feed that with your own will, concentration, emotion. And if you lose it, then you essentially lose yourself. You quite literally stop being yourself. Temporarily, but still true. And that's exactly what we just saw happen, both to his brother and to him. The feedback loop took over, and... Sense, mate? So warriors can withstand a lot and are very strong, literally superhumanly strong. But the price for that is that kind of vigil and willpower in order to be able to maintain that without actually losing themselves to it. Unlike many of the classes we've discussed so far, most people can't, or more accurately shouldn't, be a warrior. Because most people would lose themselves to it. Welcome back. Despite all that transpired, the captain would entrust the defense to me? I don't know what to say. It's been a long road getting from there to here. But I rediscovered what I lost so many years ago. I will see to my brother's wounds. Once he's well, we will embark on the path of the warrior again. Curiously, the moment I did avow this to myself, the soul crystal began to shimmer anew. I see yours is brighter than ever, too. This is a power I've only read about in tomes. This power beyond my comprehension. To think I doubted your resolve. No, you have truly conquered your inner beast and become a truer warrior than I could ever hope to be. Know that you stand before me the equal of my tribe's greatest heroes. Ever steel your resolve, Lore. And yeah, actually, the analogy they use in universe as a fire is a very apt analogy. You can't feed it too much, or the flame will engulf you. You also can't feed it too little, or else it'll die out. It's a constant dance, and yeah, it's fun. Honestly, no, Ross. You know how something that bothers you a little bit bothers you a lot the more you're forced to take it in, the more you're forced to be exposed to it? That's what happened to me with Faith of the Heart. I was so goddamn sick of it by the time I hit Season 2. I was actually angry about it. I hate that song so much. Playing it at 14... I mean, that makes sense. This game is probably playable on a Steam Deck. So, yeah. No, that helmet's really dumb, Dr. Winter. But actually, I'm kind of feeling a story positive for that one. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Meanwhile, what class haven't we done? We haven't done Scholar. Ninja. What haven't we done? Scholar and Ninja. And that's it, actually. So let's go do Scholar. I think I've said this to you before, Ross, but I personally don't care for the TNG intro that much. I've heard worse. But it's just kind of whatever. You know what? Fine. Here I am. I'm an Arcanist. Behold my power. Whatever. Blue Mage didn't exist until insert expansion here, so we're not worrying about that right now. Well, this will be healer. Scholar. You might wonder why I'm not doing Scholar last, because I remember Scholar being good. Well, that's because I am doing Ninja last, because Rogue was like more than twice as long as any other class quest, so I'm worried that Ninja is going to be super long too, so we're going to save that for last, just in case it is. So yeah, hang on, let me type up some review stuff, plus the story. And, of course, gameplay negative for being the worst class quest we've done so far. Oh, sorry, I killed the music. We're in a town, right? Here, let's see. Really? This is on random. In gameplay, that was much worse than Bard. Not in story. I mean, I don't really want to, Valvedrix, but if it is actually bothering you, we will turn back on the in-game music. Let's see. What do we got on questions? There it is. Silly Idea had a question, which we'll get to in just a moment. As soon as I pick up this quest. It's okay, we're going to learn about Tonberries, I think. Lore, have you any interest in history? Hang on, I need to take a screenshot of that. I know a lot of people who like the Enterprise theme song. I don't begrudge them that. I hate it. With a fiery passion. But I get it. Well, no, I don't get it, but, you know. You can tell how much a fan I am of history. A curiously refined and well-read marauder visited the guild the other day in hopes he might find an arcanist of exceptional skill. He claims the assistance of one such individual will be invaluable for the success of his research. I say claims, because despite his eloquence, the thought of a marauder with academic ambition strikes me as odd. Yeah, the fact that you wield an axe means you're dumb. Don't you know that? Jesus. Silly Idea says, on the topic of non-traditional tanks, are there any builds or niches from the early era of game design that have been lost as traditional roles get entrenched? Technically, yes, but the answer to your question is no. The actual answer to your question is yes, of course, because we don't have worthless and terrible classes, or abilities that are complete wastes of space, or skills or builds that you should never do because they're that terrible anymore. I mean, like it or not, all the classes in FF14, for example, or WoW, for example, or Guild Wars 2, for example, are feasible. They all work. They're all good. I mean, I'm not really memeing. For those of you who remember the old days of game design, especially in MMO space, there was a lot of completely worthless abilities or builds, or classes that were just bad. And generally speaking, most developers, either wouldn't develop them more because they're single-player games, or would just abandon it and work on something else. Anyways, thank you for setting aside your preconceptions, Lore. I'm acutely aware of how unusual it is for a marauder to conduct research. Yeah, sure, I'm in my undies. However, you shall soon... We're all weird here. You shall soon understand that I am not at all like my more muscular brethren. Well, I can tell that. Rather than rush blindly into the enemy's maw, I formulate and execute stratagems to great effect. My archaeological pursuits are but an extension of that because I am researching the NIM. Remember them? We've actually brought them up a few times. It would not surprise me if you were unfamiliar with the NIM. The civilization flourished 15-odd centuries ago, about 1,500 years ago, in the 5th Astral Era. The Nimians lived during an age of wonders when magical arts flourished, but magics can be wielded for weal or woe, and this period gave way to the War of the Magi, which we will talk about more in Heavensward. The nations of that bygone era brought earth-shattering magics to bear against one another. Yet Nim, with only a handful of mages to support its army of mariners, repulsed would-be evaders time and time again. Precisely how a military force of this composition could defy its stronger neighbors is a mystery which has long puzzled military historians. By translating extant Nimian tablets... Yes, we've been here too. I have recently purchased. I mean to solve the riddle at long last. As my knowledge of Arcanima is cursory at best, I require an experienced arcanist to assist me with my analysis of the text pertaining to the magical arts. Will you be my arcanist? Yeah, sure. There is a complication. The Nimian tablets were, and other assorted relics, for which I paid an exceedingly large amount of money, were stolen en route to Limsa Laminsa. The information inscribed on those tablets can be of untold significance. I will not allow thieves to sell it to some rich Ul'dah collector for a pittance. Bring a company to the gully, and let's get him back. Oh, God! Going back to Wineport. No. No. I mean, I could put on some armor, I just really don't care. So, screw it. Alright, we all know my Arcanist strategy. Ruin! Ruin! Let's see, it's a good time for questions. So, Ross asks, do I think Who Framed Roger Rabbit would be an interesting movie to ruminate on? I haven't done one yet? No, I guess you're right. I think I did a personal, private rumination on yeah, I did. So, yeah, sure, I guess. I mean, since I've technically already done one. Well, Offshore Twitch account asks, what was the biggest boom for your viewership on Twitch? There are two. I don't actually know which one was larger in terms of sheer numbers, but there are two specific runs that brought in way more people than my norm. When I first streamed Mass Effect, that is to say the Mass Effect lore runs, this was several years ago, and when I first did the Halo runs just about a year and a half ago. One of those was awesome, and one of those was terrible. But both had a lot of new people. And yes, Extant is now exporting poetry. As we always have been. Where do you think the Epic of Gilgamesh came from? Hey, we found it. A treatise on Nimian tactics. And a soulstone. Hello. Tinkerbell? I forgot what she looks like this close up. Hello there. Mayhap the tablet can explain this? I'm a scholar familiar fairies? Sunlight of Eos doth soothe and shield. The moonlight of Selene doth silence and strength, except I think they're actually identical nowadays, but whatever. Lore. Give in, lore! By the 12. Do you have any idea what this means? We've just rediscovered the long-lost magical art of the Nimian Scholars. Scholars? Is that the worst healing class in the game? Why, yes. Yes, it is. No one in their right mind would play a Scholar. Sorry. Fairies. Honest to God's fairies. Well, now I've seen everything. Anyway, I'll return to the guild. Bye. Okay. Listen, Reggie, all I'm saying is that I gave a plus to Scholars. What the hell do you want from me? We even had a whole discussion about it. Doesn't mean I like it. It really doesn't. Scholars are a really good example of coffee. I really don't enjoy Scholar gameplay. I don't know what else to say about that. But I can't say it's a badly designed class, and frankly, it is a better class at 50 than White Mage. It's another statement I stand behind. So, according to the tablet, the crystal from which the fairies sprang forth is called the Soul of the Scholar. It contains the wisdom of the long-dead Nimian mages. With it, you can call upon the fairies as you did before, or bind her to your will. As I said before, I have little knowledge of Arcanima, so unless you have some objections, I'd like to entrust the crystal to you. Oh, and you don't need to recompense me. Simply knowing the lost arts are being preserved is enough. I shall devote my energies to the next text. Oh, thanks. Zach Taft asks, here's a question. What do you think of the Resident Evil characters like Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine? Which game was Chris in? And I don't think anything about Jill. Yeah, no, that tracks. Monk, which is obvious. Reaper, which has its own group buff thing. Bard, which is Buff City. Red Mage, which is lots of utility. Astrologian, which has all the heals. Scholar, which has all the bubbles. Gunbreaker, which is death. And Warrior, which is the best tank right now. So yeah, that works. I still hate Scholar. I spit on it. It even has the best armor, and that really pisses me off. Not this suit, but like the 90s suit. Just looks really cool. Ugh. See, if this was WoW, then I still can use that transmog on something else. Come on, FF14, you can do it! Beat WoW in transmog. In one thing, let us use outfits that do not match our current class. I was hoping you might come along. Deciphering the treatise has proven more difficult than I anticipated, but I've nevertheless made progress! It contains a wealth of military knowledge, much of which details the role of scholars in Nimian units. Apparently, a single scholar could provide support for an entire party of marauders. I'd believe that. They would employ their magics and heal the wounded and enhance the abilities of their allies. Moreover, they often served in leadership roles. They were highly trained tacticians. But how swiftly the remembrance of all things is buried in the gulf of eternity. The treatise indicates the Nimian scholars wielded a far more diverse repertoire of spells than you possess. Precisely why you lack these spells, I cannot say. It's probably because you haven't leveled enough. Go level! God! One would surmise the knowledge contained within the soul is essentially hers. Therefore, if she cannot remember, it would suggest that... A thought occurs. If it is indeed the case that the fairy, having been sealed for 1,500 years, has yet to fully regain her senses, mayhap visiting a familiar location would hasten the process. And I can think of nowhere more familiar than the city of Nim, or what remains of it in La Nacia. Hey, Valerian. Do I have... I do, right there. Let's switch pets for just 1 second. Speaking of, you know, fairies that follow us around and we have to help them remember who they are. Wow, Anima looks weird. Look at that. Here, hang on. Where are you at? Where are you at? There. See? Ah! Come back! Anima! No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to just say you look weird. Alright, whatever. Where's my pet? The only pet God, where is it? Where is it? There it is. Oh, also. There we go. Okay, much better. Yes, I did, Ross. Sorry. I don't even remember what it was right now. I already answered it, though. So let's see. Resident Evil 1, which I don't remember. Code Veronica, which I never played. Revelations, which I never played. 5, which I never played. 6, which I never played. 7, which I've never played. And Village, which I've never played. Oh, yeah, no. So, okay. The answer was, I've actually done a private rumination on Who Framed Roger Rabbit before for a friend. So I suppose that answers your question. There is actually a weirdly large amount of stuff. I would actually be worried about doing that room because there's so much to cover. One of the only times ever that the two big animation studios actually collaborated on a project. And horrifically expensive to construct. Let's see. Dr. Winter says, do you think the shift from Darkspawn, whoa, to the Mage problem was a good choice for the Dragon Age series? Yes. The thing is, the Darkspawn problem's neat and all, but it is ultimately a one-dimensional threat. That's the point. So that can work well as a backdrop, but like any zombie story will tell you, you can only stretch a zombie story so long before it just becomes the zombies are there to be background. You know what I mean? If they kept going with Darkspawn as the primary story thrust, then it would reach a point relatively quickly where the Darkspawn would become background. They were already pretty background in Dragon Age Origins. Yeah, the Walking Dead problem, exactly. So I think drifting into something that is far more complex, nuanced, and detailed, like the Mage problem, which is a very complex and detailed problem, was a good idea. So does this remind you of anything? Miss Fairy? Excuse me. No? Yes? Words? Well, but at that point, they're drifting away from the Darkspawn and turning them into another race, if you know what I mean. Zumper Valerian says, Lore! I hate you. Then he smacks me. Ugh. In Sabin's scenario in the Veldt, you haven't recruited Gao. Cyan and Sabin reach 0 HP in a battle in the Veldt. At end of the game, no game over, both characters KO'd, but on the warp map. That's how it was in the original. That is a... There are a few extraordinarily rare circumstances that can happen in FF6. Most of them are covered. There is... Apparently, they're doing an Endwalker stream right now. Interesting. There is one they didn't account for in the original. It's really hard to make happen. I don't even remember all of the steps you have to go through, but it boils down to making sure you have a party that just consists of Shadow and Gao at a certain point in the story. It only works at a certain point. And then going to the Veldt, having Gao jump, taking the trench, going up there, and if you trigger something, Shadow will leave the party, and then the game soft locks because you have no party members. You really have to jump through hoops to make that happen. Like, I'm not giving it full credit. You gotta do a bunch of stuff to line that up properly. And you can only do it in a very specific part of the game, too. So, I must redouble my efforts to transmitting the text. Not to bemoan your accomplishments, but I have yet to decipher any equally amazing stratagem. Soon enough, though, soon enough. I learned... Sucker, which is... Yeah, no, that's a good one. I mean, yes, Ross. How curious, you always come at the most opportune time. Okay. We have been blessed with a chance to refine our respective arts. You see, in your absence, I've been studying a section of the Nemean treatise detailing marauder fighting techniques. The fundamentals don't differ much from modern methods, but there's a slight variation of footwork, grip, distinctions between ranges, tax pistol... Nemean scholars and marauders fought side by side, yes? Well, now you and I have an opportunity to do the same. A Tonberry has been spotted in Bronze Lake, And the Marauders Guild, excuse me, has been tasked to dispatch it. Since Tomberries dwell within the Wanderer's Palace, an ancient Nemean temple, recently discovered in the wake of the Calamity, there's a strong possibility the creature has resided there since before the fall of the Nim. Follow my reasoning? These malevolent creatures may have been overrun the temple and claimed it for their own in the height of the Nemean civilization. They may have even posed a major threat to the ancient people. Tomberries are pretty terrifying. If so, facing one in battle would surely rekindle memories of your fairy. Even if I'm mistaken, the Tomberry pose a threat. Moreover, I'd like to put my new techniques to the test. So let's go. Okay. Tomberry's awesome. Good night, Mr. Red. Now that he's gone, we can steal all his cookies. So, Reggie, I did actually answer that question. So, in fact, I've actually answered that question twice. But, since you have obviously not heard the answer, and this is a nice long 17-week stream, I don't mind repeating myself. Alchemist. I would add Alchemist to Final Fantasy to make it nice and complex and insane. The way it would work is you'd have, like, base abilities, catalyst abilities, and mutator abilities. And as you level, you get more of these. You start with your base, you add your catalyst, you apply your mutilator. A spell comes out, right? So, okay. I would call it something else. Pillars. Hang on. Let me hit the thesaurus really quick here. Power. Thesaurus. Hang on. Alchemist. What do we got? Enchanter. Perfect. Okay. No, apothecary. There we go. So I'd make a new class called apothecary. And it would be... you'd cast these three abilities and you'd combo them. It would be structurally very similar to Ninja, just less terrible. And the whole idea would be whether or not you do a hot or a dot or a nuke or an AoE or a buff or a debuff or whatever would depend on what you cast in what order. It would probably have a relatively small list of buttons, so you wouldn't have a lot of button bloat, but you would have a lot of spells that you could actually result in. All right. 'Twas in this vicinity the Tomberry was last sighted. With luck, it will not have gone far. That would be funny if there's an alchemist and a chemist at the same time. Uh-oh, it's a Tomberry and a hat! It's the most terrifying thing known to mankind. Atop the stairs, look! No! It's even got glasses! My dear son, at long last. The rancor. It rises. It rises. No, not the rancor. That's not... Well, time to ruin spam. Is it like a take on the Madonna song, Close the Snow? Just like a bantha for the very first time. God, I don't have an AoE at this level. Probably mages, if I had to guess one, S.A. Ross. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, sorry, I still haven't seen any of the new stuff. Rarg! Good reflexes. What are you doing? Move, damn you! Bye. Confound it all! But if Magus is not an accurate or acceptable answer, Ross... Okay, no kidding, Reggie. It would probably be Luca, but that song's actually forbidden, so I can't list that one. So, as my third option, I'll go with Frog. Glenn's theme is legit. I think you can control her. I apologize. I know you've only begun to work with the fairy. Some disobedience is to be expected. Axemaster will be disappointed, but there's not what we can do. The Tomberry's long gone. Let's return. I thought you were a scholar. I mean, I guess I'm a scholar. Now, here's the funny part, Ross. I don't actually like Isla's theme that much. Or Ayla's. Or Ayala's. Or... God, there's like 5 ways to pronounce her name. What? I don't like Mitsuda's music that much. I never have. And Isla's theme is very clearly his style of music. In the aftermath of the Tomberry's escape, I completely overlooked your accomplishments. We confirmed the viability of Indian tactics and proved a scholar and a marauder working in tandem is a force to be reckoned with. And correct me if I'm mistaken, but your fairy regained some of her memory. With that in mind, I feel comfortable claiming this is a worthwhile endeavor. However, try to gain greater mastery over your minion. I'd hate for a repeat. Raise eyebrow. Good to see you. I made yet another discovery which pertains to you and your scholarly arts. I've come into possession of several ancient engravings, including some which showed the traditional raiments of Nemean scholars. Go get some armor! Yay. Yep. Okay. That's cool. Yep. 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 Okay. Cool. Let's go get some armor. Actually, what's funny is we're actually going to get the items that a weaver is going to use to make the armor, rather than just going and grabbing the armor, but... details. Yeah, you probably saw me chuckle there, in the middle of that. Ross. Would it be possible to recommend you game OSTs to check out? Very unlikely, but you can go ahead and try. I'm ready. And then, for every bad OST you recommend, leg ripped off. Each one. You lose a leg per bad recommendation. Really? Go away. Good luck, Blackplow. God, Braquin. You know, speaking of songs and music, over time I've slowly started to hate the Three City-States music. It's not bad, I just hate it. I hear it so much, and it's just... I don't know. I get sick of it after a while. Yeah, overexposure, exactly. It's just like... And we go here a lot, too, to each of these Three City-States, and it's just like, oh, God, enough. I suppose you do have a rather scholarly air about you. I've been expecting you. Don't you remember me? I'm... okay. Level 80 Weaver? Anything? 90, excuse me. Crafting raiments that have not been seen in 1,500 years. This is a daunting challenge. I mean, I can do it if you want. But it is one I suspect I will enjoy a great deal, for rare is the day a weaver revives ancient fashion. I shall begin at once! You may observe if you like, but be aware it is a lengthy process. Fair, pillars. It's been some time since I labored with such intensity. I adhered to the design as best as I could, though there were certain aspects I felt compelled to change. His lack of familiarity with textiles and weaving led to what I can only assume are errors. You will note I could only complete the culottes. This is because the other garments require skills I do not possess. Now you gotta go to the other guilds. Ah, but you want to know where I could not craft the set myself, weren't you? Very well, I shall send word on your behalf. Thank you. It's a good question, Valerian, and you're right. Having time to play it changes the answer. Let me think on that for a minute. Ugh. Hi, Serendipity. Greetings! Red City belong. Let's see that thing. There you go. This shouldn't take long. Wait here a moment. Here it is, as promised. Amazing what a difference Mithril Tassel can make, isn't it? Wear it with pride! Thanks, Serendipity. And this one's going to be off in Gridania, yeah. That's a tough one, honestly. What the hell is that outfit? What is that outfit? Oh my god, look at that. Look at that. Hey, Alex. Oh wow, I haven't seen you in a while. What's up, dude? Alex is like, I secretly grew to hate you. Yeah, that tracks. No, yeah, that's the thing, Valerian. There's so many good options. I'm just kind of like, ugh. And of course, Victoria is more about nation management rather than conquest, like, you know, CK or EU are, or Stellaris even. So it's not really about which nation do I want to conquer the world with, so much as which nation do I want to run. And I think, based on that alone, I would either default towards Denmark, Sweden, Japan, Britain, that is to say the United Kingdom, Germany, I think I'll stop there. Those would probably be the ones that would be most interesting to me. And I suppose I'll add the United States, because, like it or not, United States is actually a fascinating economy and political infrastructure to build. You can conquer in Victoria 3. You kinda shouldn't. Like, it is exactly as arduous and terrible and damaging and destructive as it arguably probably should be for a modern era game. The Victoria series is far more focused on the economics, the internal politics, and the structure and management of the state. It's statecraft, the game. It's running a country, the game. War can and is a part of that, but conquest is a lesser aspect of that, if that makes sense. You're more likely to go to war in Victoria 3 for an economic purpose or a political purpose than to claim territory. Hi, Jiva. So you can see how the focus is different, right? Which is good. I love it. I eat that stuff up. But you can see it's a little more niche than something like, say, EU4, where the goal of the game is to paint the map your particular color. There you go. One pair of fingerless buffalo leather gloves, perfect for the scholar who prefers protection does not come at cost of dexterity. Oh, the boots? Belly will see to that. Okay. Excuse me, can you make my boots, please? Craftsmanship is amazing. So anyways, Alex, I am sorry. You don't have to tell me, and frankly, I don't think you should. There's been a lot of nonsense been going on lately. This is the Scholar quest. We are doing the job quests, which I am now forevermore going to refer to as the class quests. What is that? So we're doing the class quests. We have Scholar and Ninja left. What? What is going on over here? You know what? I've decided I don't want to know. Yeah, so there's actually codified reasons why the Victoria series kind of died after the last one. Like I said, it's a very niche game, so yeah, that's the first problem. Do I have to put them on? For God's sakes. Here. Dumb. Probably Maverick. Hey, look, it's my level 80 Scholar suit. I feel as though I've been transported backwards through time. Forwards through time. You're the very image of the Nimian scholars of old. Well, minus the gown, but still. Never did I think it would turn out this well. I see you approve as well, little one. Suffice to say, we can consider this great success. I was actually about to say that and I got distracted. So yeah, the first problem is the Victoria series is much more niche, so it gets less support. That's how that works. There's less demand for it. And second of all, the guy who actually designed the, let's call it what it is, ludicrously complicated formulas for the Victoria series, quit! So that was kind of the end of that. Nobody could really pick up the pieces after he bailed. They're actually redesigning it from the scratch. They're building the new Victoria from the ground up. I've actually followed some of their behind-the-scenes stuff. It's fascinating the way they're designing it. I forgot to mention while I was awaiting a return, I made considerable progress while deciphering my Nimian tablets. Much of what I learned and how it pertained to the roles of scholars. However, the latest texts offer insights to the scholars' activities during time of peace. They are not the sort to let their restorative magics go to waste. They describe selfless efforts to combat a plague. Naturally, they did so with their fairies, which is why I believe similar acts of charity may serve to awaken your campaign. So, go there, cure people. Okay. Okay, I was admittedly worried, Alex, because a lot of real crap has been going on lately. Not to diminish what you've been going through, just there's a lot of real crap going on right now. So to completely stop talking about that, one of the things I like they're doing with the new Victoria model, so check this out. Let's assume for a moment that Alex is one of my generals, and Alex is part of the Scholar political party. Who is that? It's just a little Lullifell. And Emperor Valerian is another one of my generals, and Valerian is part of the Blue Mage political party. Okay? Now, you might think, okay, what the hell does this matter? Well, again, because this game is so much more focused on the politics and the statescraft. So let's say we do have a border skirmish, or a conflict, maybe an internal uprising, maybe we're fighting at war with another nation. Let's say I send out Valerian. Now let's say Valerian wins a battle. He actually gains prestige for that. He gains experience, it increases some of his stats, but more importantly, the Blue Mage party now has more, let's call it political capital, that they can use back at home. Which I have to deal with because I'm the leader, I'm the head of state. So I have to be careful who I send where and how, because now the Blue Mage party is more of a problem than they were before. And if I'm okay with that, that's fine. And if I'm not, I'm going to have to deal with that. Consequently, if Valerian does particularly badly, the inverse happens. The Blue Mage party will lose clout and political capital. This is just one thing, but this is the kind of game Victoria is, and the way it's structured. And you see how it's, even in the course of a war, it's more focused on the politics and the effects of the war than the war itself. You don't even actually lead troops in Victoria. You just send a general out with troops you've assigned to them, and you manage the supply lines, and you say, go, deal with that. Yep, I'm here to administer treatment. Wait, you must be Lore! Hi. Please don't make me massage a naked guy with oil again. I'd really not want to do that. There you go. Yep, just gonna start casting Esuna on a lot of people. I gotta be real. If there is only one spell I could have in real life, Esuna would probably it. There's other useful healing spells, don't mistake me, but Esuna is just such a panacea. Or panacea, if you prefer. That is true, Valvedrix. Nobody massages me. It would, Reggie. It would be so OP. Oh, hang on. Caught a cold. Hell, I can do that right now because I've got this persistent cough I've been... Whoa, hello. Fighting off for a while now. Yeah, Esuna cures paralysis. I'm not sure if Esuna could cure cancer, because that's more like cells that need to be removed. I feel like cure would be more a thing to cure cancer. But Esuna could probably get rid of the things that is causing the cancer. So it wouldn't extract it, but it could prevent it. Hello. There we go. Yeah, allergies? Boop. Yeah, stuff like this. Care to join us, or are you not man enough for the 5 of us? What? Excuse me? That I didn't make that up. That's what she just said. Where is this other person? Aha! Yeah, I wasn't even going to talk about how much healing magic could be used as a weapon. Because it's super good. Whoop, hello. I do like the look of the attack abilities on Scholar, which I was just demonstrating just now. Like the math, geometric stuff, that's kind of cool looking. There were 5 Mikote there, yeah. Oh, no, you're right. That would make more sense. Still, no. I only have eyes for Ishtola. I'm sorry, I just realized the irony of that sentence. What you did for those patients was nothing short of miraculous. Their commanding officers will be pleased to hear they can return to active duty. So, this is a very, very minor spoiler for one of the Bravely Default games. I actually forget which. I think it's Bravely Default 1. But the white mage in that is actually a sadist who uses her power to torture people. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, duh, but actually, that's one of the first times I saw that. You usually don't see that kind of thing. And she did it in exactly the way you're thinking. Die, heal, die, heal, die, heal, die, heal. And she could really make it. She was a complete sadist. It was actually horrific. I agree with that, Valerian. It's actually one of the reasons why I really need to rethink how replicators work in the Trek rewrite. Because they literally cannot function as they are showed to be in Star Trek. As shown in Star Trek, replicators are such a complete game changer that they never acknowledge. And I don't have the luxury of being Rick Berman. So. Anyways. Have a good time, did you? I thought you might. Warms my heart to see the two of you making great strides. For the nonce, I will resume deciphering the Nemean tablets. Though they have yielded an immense quantity of information, I remain confident they contain an equally impressive wealth of tactical information. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm sorry, I should have talked about the lore implications of what we just did. Did you notice how several of the people we cast Esuna on, and the ether that made up their illness, or their debilitation, was physically removed from them and manifested into something we could then destroy and dissipate? Because that's probably how Esuna would work in lore in this setting, because of the whole ether thing. Lore, you must come to me at once. Another Tonberry has emerged. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Now, keep your fairy in check. God damn it, dude. Are you a dudette? You know, I'm not sure. Is that a male or a female? I'm not sure. Anyways. Oh, wow, you're right, silly idea. That's kind of a cool, horrible, but cool idea. Yeah, you literally could, Reggie. That's it. Ready. Oh, that sucks, Blackfile. I'm sorry. I've heard it's had some issues, which is a damn shame, because I've heard a lot of good things about it. Except for the interface. I'm told the interface is much worse than Warhammer 2. Ah, thank the gods you've come any later. We might have to proceed without you. I just... The Tomber is in some sort of trance and is oblivious to us. We will murder them. Murder them horribly. Murder and death. It is the only way. Yeah. Bad color distinction, bad icon distinction, just bad interface. One of the things I talk about a lot when it comes to strategy games is at-a-glance. And you really need to have good at-a-glance when it comes to those, and Warhammer 3 does not, from what I've told. So, I've actually finished this quest arc, Alex. Just this one. I haven't done anything past this, so once we get to Heavensward stuff, it'll be new territory for me. That's true for a lot of classes. And by a lot, I mean all except for Warrior, Red Mage, and Astrologian. I think that's it. Like, I haven't done the overwhelming majority of class quests. On purpose. I was saving it for the run. Hey, look, the Wanderer's Palace. But yes, I do know what Tonberries are. We actually mentioned that briefly before. Which makes me feel bad about what I'm doing right now, but whatever. Well, there's an idea. So I've talked a lot about the, you know, the Mario 4X I want to make someday. A Final Fantasy 4X. Think about a Tonberry race. Which FF setting would I use? I mean... 14's probably the best for that. Easily the most fleshed out and the most you can work with. Listen, those innocent people had it coming. That's why they're innocent people. Wait. I know what you're thinking. Lore! Set it in FF6. I mean, FF6 has plenty of stuff you could do with it. But no, I think 14 would be a better pick for that. Although, if 14 was off the table... I'd be most tempted by 5, actually. Which I know sounds weird. But think about it for a minute. Think about all you could do with the various elements, and the crystals... and the various races across the two worlds, right? Like, think about it for a second. And yeah, the Void, which is an aspect of 5, like, yeah, there's a lot you could do with 5, I think. Why am I... Oh, I should probably get this off myself. There we go. Yeah, literal elemental aspected nations, for God's sakes. And one of the things I do personally enjoy in 4X games is really distinguishing the different factions, the races, you know? So they really play differently. Kind of like Warhammer 3. So, you can make it so that they really play differently in FF5. Each of those countries do. Again? Why do you protect this demon? Why are you looking at me? Yeah, exactly. God, oh, now, you got me thinking now. 5 would really work for this kind of project. Be healed. you could have an event or a project, like a great work you could build towards, which connects the two worlds. So you can actually connect and interact with the other world, which is effectively being run at the same time. So like, you start the game, right? And you're on this, you're in, I don't know, I can't remember the name of the nations, but you're in the Water Nation, and you're playing as the Water Nation. And then you complete the event, and the other world has been playing this whole time, just you had no contact with them, right? So that's been happening the whole game, off camera, so to speak. And now you've got the two worlds side by side, and there would be another further event that you could do later on to actually merge them into the third world, which could really throw everything into chaos. And just, oh, there's so many cool ideas there now. I need to make that happen. Lily, my son, why are you here? Who summoned you? I mean, technically I did. The NIN is no more. 1,500 years. Can it truly be so? I was Cerrito Carrito, before the sickness from the sea transformed me. The traders, they were the first. As their ears and noses began to atrophy, their limbs grew shorter and their skin... Yeah, so I don't remember if we actually said this outright, but the Tonberries are what's left of the NIN. We scholars tried to halt the spread, to find a cure, but in time we too fell ill. Sympathy turned to fear, and fear to anger. Monsters, they called us. Abominations. Then you were once a man? They sealed the sick within the temple with magics, tried to drown us, tried to forget us. Though our bodies changed, our minds remained intact. But within every man lurks a beast, and when those whom call you kin deny you, come to hate you and despise you. I too succumbed to the rancor, until you reunited me with Lily, my dearest son. Long has my mind been clouded with hatred, but the resplendent light of Lily, I am at long last free. Yeah, me too, Reggie. This is part of why earlier, when we came to do Wanderer's Palace Heart, I was like, we're gonna free the hell out of these Tonberries. And yeah, the Calamity is specifically what unsealed the temporal lock on this place. So they were actually at hold. On hold, is probably a better way to put that, until the Calamity. So, from their perspective, it hasn't been nearly that long. A few years, you know, 5-ish, 7-ish, something like that. I nearly killed him. Thank the gods, the fairies stopped me. Wonder, did she know it was beginning, or was it only... I need to put my thoughts in order and explain this to the Taskmaster. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, the Rancor is another problem, which we will cure. Maybe. I don't know. I came expecting to fight one Tonberry, not a whole bloody mess of them. If it wasn't you and your flying friend, I reckon we wouldn't be out of there alive. You and all can make a good team. Shame there aren't more of you types around. Yeah, a shame there aren't more scholars around. It's because the class sucks. So wait a bleeding moment. That Tonberry used to be a scholar like you? Or does that mean you'll turn into one of them? Or, yeah, hell's with it. Oh, it's right here. Floor, pay attention. The traditions of my people have not been lost to the ages. That is of great comfort to me. I do not know how the soul crystal came into your possession, but I am glad it did. For the sickness robbed me not only of my body, but Lily as well. The soul of the scholar no longer resonates with my ether. I cannot summon her, only you can. Only you are fit to wield the magics now. Here, a gown as befits you. I cannot thank you enough for purging the rancor from my heart, but there are still countless others who have not seen the light. I cannot abandon them to their fate, and I will not. I bid you farewell. Carry on our traditions with pride. Okay, so spoil one thing for me. Do we follow through on the Tonberries in future quests? Because from my perspective, we never do. But I haven't done the class quests. Okay, that's all I want to know. So, Scholar, I'm thinking 15 negatives to everything. All in agreement? Let's see here. Story. Here we go. I think I'll call the gameplay on Scholar a wash. Nowhere near as bad as several of these have been. Yeah, speaking of which, before we do Ninja here, let's update the HUD a little bit. So, story positives, we're actually up to 63. Story negatives, we're up to 21. Gameplay positives, we're up to 68. And gameplay negatives, we're down to 75. Yep, sounds like ARR to me. Let's become a ninja really quick, shall we? Finish up these friggin' class quests. Oh, man. I'm happy. We're going to finish the class quest today. Hey, let me double check. So, Blue Mage we're not doing yet. Bard we did. Black Mage we did. Summoner we did. Machinist is Heavensward. That's Endwalker. That's Heavensward. We already did White Mage. That's Stormblood. That's Stormblood. That's Shadowbringers. That's Shadowbringers. That's Endwalker. We just did Scholar. We're doing Ninja. We did Monk. We did Dragoon. We did Warrior. We did Paladin. Dark Knight is Heavensward. That's everything. Okay. So yes, this is the last class quest. Hold on. Where's this quest? No, it's here. I'm right. Okay. We're almost to the final bit of ARR content. The MSQ. Oh, absolutely, Dr. Winter. Well, maybe not. Well, maybe. I have no idea. Keeping your stabber sharpened? I got a job to be done. My men have sighted some shifty types around Wineport. They claim to be peasants from some far-flung realm, but I don't know what peasants skulk about in the Darklands as much as they've been doing. So long as they're not breaking the code, they do as they please. But being who we are, it falls to us to look into the matter and make sure they're all that's Bob. So, as my gut tells me this is a two-rogue job, I sent Underfoot. Go meet him there. Yeah, you're right. We have actually finished 2.0. You're absolutely right. So, at the very least, I can take some accomplishment by saying we have now, as of this moment, concluded ARR at launch. In fact, I'm going to go grab a drink to celebrate that. I'll be back in a minute or so. I'm going to take a stretch break, too, really quick. So, I also go and share this with you. I had a random fun idea, which may or may not actually be fun. I've decided, since I've been keeping track of a few extra figures, that we could do a silver number per expansion. It won't be exactly accurate. It won't take into account everything. But it'll be a rough approximation of how the expansions of a given MMO rate against each other. Obviously, the golden number will be for FF14 as a whole. But we can have an ARR silver number once we finish the MSQ. And also, as a further aside, I actually want feedback on this, so let me not give my opinion first. What do you think of the overall format? So we do MSQ up to patch first, and then we do optional dungeons, optional raids, optional classes, and then we go back... Oh, and then, sorry, optional quests, then optional classes. And then we go back and do patch MSQ leading into the next expansion. What do we think of this format? There's no record of a ship sailing into port. There's terrifying people. Someone just screamed out for dear life. Just kill them all. All of them. I agree, Cashel. I always knew ARR would be the hurdle. Just like WoW BC will be a hurdle, just like WoW Kata will be a hurdle. Just like Guild Wars 2 Vanilla will be a hurdle. I admit to feeling a little bit of relief that we're finally approaching the end of ARR. Because holy crap, we've been doing this for a long freaking time. But it's covered. And I'm never changing my review system just so we never have to re-review this. By all accounts I am aware of, S.A. Ross, each expansion should take less time. Not each... The expansions should not take as much time as ARR do. We'll see, but I don't think they will. Even with the increased number of classes, the quest chains in the expansions for the classes, for example, are much shorter. The side quests are much less arduous in terms of design and doing. And yeah, the main story quests are going to be a lot... I mean, the main story quest is a pretty quick blur, even in this game, even in ARR, so I'm not super worried about that. But anyways, I'm a simple milkmaid. I have no gil. I'm not here to rob you, lady. My friend and I don't mean you harm. Though I have to ask, what in the name of the 12 happened here? I just come to town to purchase supplies. No sooner did I walk through the gates than I was suddenly accosted by 3 burly drunkards who demanded I hand over all my possessions. To my good fortune, it seems the men had partaken a bit too heavily. When they saw the meager contents of my coin purse, they began to squabble amongst themselves. A fist fight ensued, and before I knew it, the 3 men were lying on the ground as they see you now. Sounds like Namiya smiled on you today. Though I might suggest you be a bit more careful on your next visit. All manner of scurvy fort walk these parts, and you'll not find all them blundering lackwits like your friends here. Thank you for your concern. Rest assured, I will take that to heart. Good day. Yep, she definitely didn't beat the crap out of her 3 attackers, or nothing. So how'd the girl's wid strike ye? Mummery. You too? I was thinking the same. Squabbling among themselves. Just look, there's barely a scratch on him. I'd wager there's more to the rum doxy than she's letting on. Come on! Let's get on the drag and see what she might be hiding. Ignore that bat. It's not important. Yeah, it's been a bit of a long haul. I said it before, I'm kind of ready to be done with ARR. I'm really happy to be moving on from ARR. Right mess we got here. You reckon these coves got on the wrong side of our lass? One thing's for sure, they're no more peasants than you and I. One look at the stabbers tells me that much. That failed. I beg of you, take this to Master Oboro, to Lady Tsubame. It's too late, the poor sod's dead. As for the stone, Well, your guess is as good as mine. A lucky charm, perhaps? Any road, we best moving our dew beaters before the last gets away. She heads to Upper Lunacia. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I'm sorry, offshore Twitch account. Are you there? I missed your question, because I'm stupid, apparently. It's there in the queue, I just didn't see it. Just think, the music problem's gonna go away in Heaven's Word, too. No music problems, no long, irritating zones to navigate. Better quest design, better class design, better boss design, better dungeon design. Better donations from Alex Corbianiki. It's just better across the board. I mean, it's true. I haven't gotten any donations during ARR from Alex Corbianiki. So my statement is technically true. Thank you, Alex. I do always appreciate. Thank you. Yeah, better music, too. I say the music problem will go away, but honestly, I think the music quality will go up, too. Damn it, Alex. You're right. Very well. I'm afraid I'm going to have to say that Heaven's Word is objectively worse than ARR. I'll put that towards Paradox Killer. You know, I just realized I'm falling victim to the exact same thing that I have accused others of. Which honestly just makes my point for me, if I might be so bold. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Heaven's Word is the Wrath of the Lich King of FF14. It was such a jump up in quality from the previous content that everyone loves it. And, I mean, Heaven's Word's good. But I don't think it's going to rate that well compared to, you know, Shadowbringers, for example. And just as Wrath of the Lich King had some good elements, that was actually a very flawed expansion. It's just so much better than what came before, right? I mean, listen to me. I'm like, oh god, I can't wait to get Heaven's Word. Wrath of Khan effect? No, Wrath of Khan is actually an extremely good movie, like, objectively. This is more like... what would be a Star Trek example of this? Actually, Star Trek 4, Voyage Home. Which, that is a real thing that really did happen. People were kind of like, after Search for Spock. And then Voyage Home came out and was just a gargantuan smash success. One of the biggest financial successes Star Trek has ever had. To this day. But yeah, no, I have that phrase, sand before water, for a reason. And I think ARR is, in many ways, sand. Yeah, 5 to 6 also applies, you're right. So, this right here is why I don't like the Ninja story arc. She didn't really... Yeah, that's why. That's why. Thank you for elucidating. She didn't really think she could fool me with those silly rags, did she? Or did she? Perhaps she's not as clever as we believed. A mysterious savior rushes to the damsel's defense. Such chivalry, such compassion. Such folly. Let us know that the girl's more than capable of taking care of herself. And right on cue, Oboro the Dim leaps to the scene to save his dear little swallow in the most unsurprising surprise attack the realm has ever seen. Cease your ramblings before I rip the tongue out of your bloody beak. Yeah, our hero is wounded, a stab through the heart. His childhood friend stands before him, blades drawn, hate in their eyes. Oh, the tragedy of all. The audience sobs. And what's this? A couple of bit players who've forgotten to leave the stage. Did no one tell them that played on this part of this play is long over? Oh, the faceless rogue shows surprising skill. Perhaps he has yet a role to play. I'll say this much, unlike a certain someone, at least you intrigue me. But other matters draw our hero's attention, so first act must draw to a close. Come, my pet! Ever quick to retreat, that one. The two gentlemen from Wineport. Did you follow me here? Yeah. Beg pardon, my friend here on behalf of the dutiful sisters, and you have some questions to answer. I've lived on the underbelly of society long enough to recognize when a man's more than he seems, so let's make this easy. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Here's hoping for both your sakes it doesn't involve breaking the code. Ah, so you're the rogues of whom Lady Yugiri spoke. It's the second time we've mentioned her. We haven't met her yet. Forgive me, we were remiss in not seeking you out sooner. Very well. You shall know all there is to know. My name is Aburo, she is Tsubame. We hail from a village in Doma, several thousand malms across the sea. We are, perhaps you have no word for what we are. In our own tongue, we are shinobi. Yeah, ninjas, I get it. Doma, the Imperial Province? The same, although it did not have to be so. Our countrymen fought with honor against the might of Garlemald. What we lacked in number we made up for in martial prowess. It was a battle we could have won, had we not been betrayed by our own. I disagree with that. Doma was screwed, but let's not get into that. Our every secret, our every move known to our foe, the tide of battle turned on the morrow. Thousands of our countrymen were slaughtered, and at day's end, Doma remained under Imperial yoke. The traitorous Kerr joined the ranks as chief of their covert operatives, or so they say. The man you just met, Karasu, though I am loath to call him a man. To this day, he whispers in the ears of the Garleans, making a mockery of those who once called him friend and brother. But no longer. We have come to Eorzea at our village elder's behest to see that Karasu pays for his crimes with his life. Come to mill a treacherous rook who blew the gab on his comrades. You sound like a right Bene Cove. Consider old Underfoot impressed. Forgive me, this land and its tongue are new to us. It's okay if people here can't understand them either. Nonetheless, we were able to lure Karasu here, but more than a few of our comrades gave their lives in the effort, and now this. Was their sacrifice for naught? Ah, you have my gratitude. When one of our kind falls, tradition dictates we return their soul to the village so it may rest with the ancestors. So you remember how we mentioned how some of the soul crystals are multiple and some of them are not? In the ninjas' case, it's pretty clear that there's lots of soul crystals for the ninjas. Whereas, in earlier contrast, the scholar one is probably unique. I will make you an offer. We will instruct you in our art, the art of ninjutsu. In return, you will share with us knowledge of the land, and help us kill Pomp and Circumstance Man, is what I'm going to call him. Dainty Man? I don't know. Look around you, Tsubame. Our brothers and sisters are fallen or gravely wounded, and today's failures make it all too clear. We cannot hope to stand against Karasu without knowing the lay of the land. I can't say I'm thrilled at the prospect of living a damber like yourself, but hells, in my younger days I've been keen to keep my fans at some of those techniques myself. And the more my waddles take in, the more the two strike me as better and better folks. If you're keen to lend them your daddles, I'll not be one to stand in your way. Cut to Samuel L. Jackson. English, do you speak it? If you would know more, come to the dock. Okay. I would know more. Who'd have figured? Henry Road chose his yours. In the meantime, I'm going back to Limsa to report to Jack. Okay. So while we head over there, Offshore Twitch account asks 2 separate questions. First, how would Rico Rodriguez fare in the Marvel Universe? Assuming he has the incredible superpowers that he does in the game, he'd be fine. Like, he'd be low middle tier easily. Now, I'm not sure if he would be qualified as a hero or a villain, given his proclivities, but, you know. Probably depend on who he runs into first. As for if I have ever played Jet Set Radio, I have not. I'm aware of it. I've seen it speedrun, no less. But I've never actually played it. We meet again. I'm to take your presence to mean you have chosen to accept your offer. Yes! Make me a ninja so I can have the worst mechanic in the game. I'm ready for it. I'm ready. Ah! Ah! Welcome, Laura. You stand within the provisional base of operations my people have established in the land of Eorzea. It may not look like much, either within or without, but that is precisely the point. We find it an ideal vantage point from which to observe the comings and goings of Karasu and his men without attracting undue attention to ourselves. My fallen brother saw you as a worthy inheritor to his soul. To honor his memory, I trust it to you, but body alone will not make you a shinobi. This will require training of the body and mind. Our art, the art of ninjutsu. Oh, you got it, Stuart. I actually still have it written down here. I usually leave it there in case people pop in later, like you just did. Call it New Vegas. You got it. Thank you again. So, we draw power from the world around us. Yep, I get it. Ether. You use ether in direct patterns, which produce results. They cast spells. Let's just call it what it is. Ninjas cast spells. They don't call it that, but that's what they do. So. This is ironic and appropriate, because if you remember, what is it that ninjas got all the way back in Final Fantasy I that made them better than thieves? The ability to cast black magic. I've learned 10! Whoa. Here's how mudras work. They suck. There we go. Yes, I sense it. Though you're not of our blood, the soul of my people is strong in you. My home crystal is literally Doma. Your training has just begun. Heed my words well, for the shinobi blade and mind are one. The weak mind gives rise to weak blade. The false mind gives rise to false blade. But the mind that is strong and true, that blade knows no equal. Such were the teachings of my master, his master, and, well, you get the idea. The shinobi must keep presence at all times. This is the lesson to the mind. Now the lesson to the body. There are hand gestures to summon the energies of the heaven, earth, and man. Ten, Chi, and Jin in the Doman tongue. Myriad techniques can be unleashed depending on the mudra you combine, and the order in which you do so. But, perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself. A child must walk before he can run. To begin, I would see you master your first mudra. 10! Summon the energy. Go use it. Do things. Go like this. The Naruto thing. Looks kind of weird on me because my arms are incredibly huge and I'm like 7 feet tall, but yeah, no, I'm with it. So, 10. And then Shuriken. Yep. I can picture a Lalafell doing it. That'll do, Lore. Clearly we did not misjudge your potential. Perhaps you have also felt your body becoming lighter. This is another benefit of your training. You may find yourself be able to dance through the air with your blade strong, but be mindful. The true shinobi sees no movement as wasted. You demonstrated your skills well on the wooden man, but wood does not strike back. Your next opponent will actually try to kill you. Gosh darn it. Why is everyone trying to kill me? Okay. Well, anyways. I have no AoEs at this level. Wow. Damn it. just picture the guy going, ah, God! Why? What? I see. Lady Yugiri spoke true. What Oboro means to say is he's not seen anyone master the fundamentals of ninjutsu with such swiftness. Is that not so, Oboro? I am capable of speaking for myself, Tsubame. But it is true, Lore has exceeded even my own expectations. His blade sliced through the air as a fish glides through water. But that is enough training for the day. Now it is my turn to be the student and you the teacher. I would learn the ways of Eorzea. Okay. So, let's start talking about the Uldanians, and the politics, and the economics, and the Ether, and the scholars, and the Nims. My bow. I see. Who would have thought such a simple gesture of courtesy could be so complicated? Is it like this? Forgive him. Oboro has not been quite himself. It seems neither the food nor the climate agrees with him. Let's not forget the stink of those infernal horse birds. Ugh. All the more reason for us to complete our mission and return to the more hospitable environs. A place currently under Imperial occupation, I feel like adding. Anyway, that should suffice. Practice well. Right. It would seem you have some practicing to do as well. What? Yeah, weirdly enough, the ninja arc is intended to be somewhat humorous, which I'm not sure what I think of that, but whatever. Anyways. Lord, I didn't even hear your footsteps. You are becoming more and more shinobi with each passing day. Oboro has been awaiting your return. Come in. Come in. Come in. Ah, Lord, it's clear from the manner in which you carry yourself you have been most diligent in your training. But you are not the only one who's mastered technique imparted you. Behold, my Eorzean bow, perfect in balance and form. It's time for your next lesson. Watch carefully. This mudra, you can summon chi, or ki, actually, but let's not go into that. Etch its form in your mind, and I will show you how to employ it in battle. Okay. Okay, etched. You have learned ki, or chi, or whatever. Let's just not get into it. Okay, chi, or earth, marks the second mudra you have learned. With this, you are ready to begin the next phase of your training. It is through the combination of mudra you will find techniques. So, this is lightning. When heaven joins with earth, lightning will flash and thunder will roll. In other words, 10 chi. Okay. And Michael Vania is casting 10 chi on me right now. And putting it towards the Xenosagas. Got it. Give me a second there. Thank you as always, Michael Vania. So, 10. Chi. Nuke. Very well. Now, the techniques at your disposal are created not merely by which mudra, but the order. So, do 10. Do Chi 10. Okay. Sure. Cool. Splendid. Now, NIN is our word for a shinobi who has attained a full mastery of 2 mudra techniques. In our tradition, when a student is deemed by a master to show such potential, he's led to a waterfall to conduct intense training. I cannot take you to Doma, of course, but my maps tell me of a place here, Fool Falls. The name is less than auspicious, but it'll have to do. Meet me there. Okay. Wait, why are we making bunnies? Oh, right, I could... Yeah, actually, they're doing a... I don't know. They're doing a decent job of explaining how the mudra system works. And they're kind of running you through the pieces properly, so I'm with it. I will never enjoy ninja, that's not changing, but, you know. If I was to actually Try ninja for real, all I do is make bunnies all the time. Mugu Mugu. Ooh, dark. I wonder if the lighting is better in Heavensward, because there's a lot of zones in ARR that honestly just do not have good lighting design. Like the one I'm in right now. I guess we'll see when we get there. Until today, I knew this place only as letters on a map. Gazing upon it with my own eyes, it is even more beautiful and powerful than I can imagine. Yes, this will serve us well. My people do not worship the deities 12. Our gods are all around us, in the trees, and the soil, and the crashing waters. Yeah, they don't exist either. Close your eyes and open your heart to the sound of the rushing falls, that you might purge your mind of all worldly thoughts and distractions. The techniques you have learned will serve you well in battle, but confuse the order of your mudra, and can just easily turn victory into defeat. It is imperative you do it in the right order at the right time, blah, blah, blah. So, it is that masters have brought their students to falls for training. Who's more foolish, the fool who fool falls, the fool who comes here without realizing has been followed? Rasu. Now, here's a curious scene. The dim one is accompanied today not by a swallow, but by a chirping horsebird chick, who fancies himself a shinobi. The dim one is displeased. This after our hero postponed 2 assassinations to make this journey. Could his friends not greet him with a smile and crumpets? Or whatever it is Eorzeans take with their tea? The dim one ponders. How did our hero know to find him here? Yet the answer is plain as day. The dim one is a creature of habit and tradition. Where else would he bring his prized new pupil? Tradition. Our hero spits on tired tradition. No, he is a shinobi of a different feather. Ever-changing, never predicted, but always, always in style. Those who cling too closely to tradition are bound to suffer the fate of their forebears, or are the lessons of the past so soon forgotten. Ready yourself, Lord. It appears your training today will be of more practical sort. But of course, all you had to do was ask nicely. It would be my pleasure to be your teacher for a day. Your first lesson, little chick. Raiton's lightning will strike a single foe. Katon's flame will strike many. Wield them wisely, or don't. It's only your life at stake. How generous is our hero, putting aside his killings and spyings to play mother hen to the horsebird chick. You will try to keep me entertained, won't you? What's Aeon Flux? Oh, short Twitch account. Hi. I'm going to use my mudra because screw all that nonsense. Also, I can't do the only one that really matters right now. Literally. I never really watched Adult Swim. Not a fan. Are you literally running? You are literally running. Okay. Wow, the Garleans got pretty far in there. I guess it's not that impressive. Oh god, my jump is a spin. I don't think I've ever noticed that before on a ninja. And of course, just after teaching us an ability that's a single target and an ability that's an AoE, they'd make us face one guy and then several guys. This is surprisingly well designed so far. Of course, this is post 2.0, so that makes sense. Let's see, was this the single target? Yep. You You fought well. I, however, should have expected the traitor's attack. I was careless and put you in danger. It will not happen again. It appears Caruso has taken an interest in you, and I fear this complicates matters some. Let's return to the docks. There is much I would tell you. Thousands and thousands of years ago. In the before times. In the long, long ago. When Xenu. Oh, right. That took me a second. So I have to say, who's Xenu? Oh, right. A fictional character. Anyway, sorry. Then I got sued. I would tell you a story of our past, a story of the traitor and why he must die at our hands. Growing up in the same village, I have known Karasu since we were both children. When we came of age, we began our training together under Master Gakkai. From a young age, it was clear Karasu, possessed an innate talent for our art that few could rival. I spared no effort in my training, yet struggled to grasp techniques he would master effortlessly. In his own way, he possessed a mind singularly devoid of wasteful thoughts. A mind seemingly unclouded by concepts such as right or wrong, good or evil. Despite this, deep down, I always thought of him as brother, despite the fact that he was apparently a sociopath. All that changed on the fateful day when Castle Doma fell to the Garleans. Someone had betrayed our homeland, sold our secrets to the enemy. Looking upon my friends as their bodies lay broken and bleeding, I saw a figure flee into the hills, Karasu. Were I younger, or more naive, I might have pursued him as he fled in an attempt to reason with him. But it was clear this man, this demon, was no longer one of us, if indeed he had ever been. Even Master Gakkai did not survive the slaughter. Did Karasu bear him some grudge, or was it merely a student's ugly pride? For our master's fate was the grisliest of all, his body mangled, his once proud face shattered beyond all recognition. I once held out a hope that if I crossed blades with Karasu in battle, I might understand something of what made him do those horrible deeds, yet each encounter only raises more questions. One thing is clear. Karasu could have killed us at Fool's Falls, and chose not to. He is testing us. Testing you. Needless to say, this does not change the mission. For crimes against Doma, Karasu must pay with his life. And yet his thorough knowledge of us and our art has us at a grave disadvantage. But you, your thoughts, your movements are unfamiliar to him. Yes, your presence might serve to break his focus and afford us an opening. To accomplish this, you must go level up some more. Okay. Give me a minute, let me do some roulettes. Hang on, I'm a ninja, so my queue time's gonna be like 30 minutes. Okay, I'm back. You have trained well. I heard not a cry from the door as you entered, nor a creak of the floorboards as you drew near. That's because I did. There's much clear. Neither waterfall nor men of wood will serve to hone your senses further. No! A shinobi of your abilities receives his tutelage in the field. Consider this your first lesson in the art of assassination. I need not remind you of who our target is. It's that woman right there! He is ever... Alright, that's a guy. Is that a guy? God, I can't tell from this angle. Oh, thank you. He is ever the elusive bird, and yet I have come across some information I believe may avail us. Rumor has it Captain of the Bloody Executioners has narrowly evaded several attempts on his life in recent days. You remember him, by the way? This is doubtless the work of Karasu and his men. None are so bold or skilled as to even consider such an attack. Nothing short of death will cause the shinobi to forsake his mission. Karasu will strike again. The only questions are where and when. Answer those questions, and he'll be paying a surprise visit. Fortunately, I know a man who might be able to give us what he seeks. He has a lieutenant by the name of Wolfstan, a man who, if rumors are to be believed, is known to fancy a hot spring bath. Yeah, probably here. Okay, Camp Overlook? No, I don't remember. It's that one place. Okay, apparently it's Camp Bronze Lake. Man, I don't know the name. I don't know any of these places. I was just there, too, as a scholar. That sounds familiar. Upper Laodicea, off to the east. Let's go there at once. That is a guy. Cool. Yeah, DPS queue times. Ah! I mean, honestly, not exactly a problem exclusive to Ninja. I agree with Cardboard Golem, though. I feel like there's some holes in this story. So let's stand on this table while we talk to him. I want to make myself even taller. I had no idea so many Eorzeans enjoyed public bathing. I would say it's a comforting sight, but the truth is it just makes me nostalgic. That said, seeing all these people milling about gives me cause for concern. Even with these disguises, it's only a matter of time before our foreign mannerisms raise eyebrows amongst the more observant types. So, stay out of sight until our help arrives. The time has come for me to impart you a technique called Shikuchi. You may think of it as compressing the physical space around you, allowing you to cross great distances in the blink of an eye. Oh, cool, I can teleport now. Which is this ability. I've actually showed it off before. I trust Shikuchi is now second nature to you. Very well. I shall await you on the rooftop. Be warned! While the technique will allow you to cover great distances in the blink of an eye, it will not allow you to soar at will through the sky. Nothing! Nothing will allow you to fly! We are super hidden up here. No one will ever see us. Nothing like a steaming bath, a bottle of wine, and a couple of buxom wenches. Ah, yeah, that's the stuff. As far as I'm concerned, Captain Grimmelwill can take his bloody time. Wolfston. I shall kill them both. Horrifically, brutally, quickly. Now all they need to do is get bamboo water pipes, go underwater, borrow. I don't question such methods have served us in Doma, but might bamboo not arouse suspicion in these environs? You truly think so? But underwater surveillance was always my area of expertise. I have an idea. I think it's well suited to our target and the customs of the land. Just get a change of garb and a bottle or two of fine spirits. What's funny is I actually have a meta magic thing in my own D&D rule set, the Magasean rule set, which is, it's a meta magic feat to make a spell substantially more expensive to cast it stealthily. When I say stealthily, I mean it. No movement, no noise, no flashiness. So just imagine, like, we're up here and all of a sudden just lightning erupts on someone. No idea where it came from. No idea of the target. And if you do it really well, nobody even sees the lightning. The lightning itself just happens, and the person just kind of goes, "Ugh!" and falls over. Anyways, I must prepare now. Oh, okay. Yeah, stealth casting, I made it rather expensive because it's really broken if you think about it. Am I wearing this properly? I'm not accustomed to garb that's so revealing. Regardless, are bits not showing? Then you're good. So, off-duty or no, a salty sea dog like Wolfston is certainly be on his guard. I'll start him off with the untainted vintage. Once he's in good spirits, you step in with the stronger stuff. Alright, let's do it. Ooh, Cadbury cream eggs. Yeah, I don't need a disguise. Hello, I am definitely a person who works here. Just as she is. As you can see, we are wearing... Hang on, let me stand right next to her here. As you can see, we are both employees at this fine establishment. Wait. I've got it. Let's pretend we're an Arcanist for a second. Or a Dragoon. There you go. As you can see, I am someone who works here. And fine wine and fine wenches. This is what I had in mind when I took up the pirate in life. That Lullafell on the left there looks like they're green because of how much that water is changing the color of their skin. Look at that. They look diseased. They look like a frickin' leper gnome. Yeah, exactly, Emperor Valerian. What's this? You think you can outguzzle me? You're either a legend or a fool. Someone fetch me a cup. Okay. That's the good stuff. Stronger than I recall. Maybe I should take a rest. Oh, don't be so modest. I heard wolves stand seven stomachs once drank a whale under the table. Ah, bet your skivvies I could. My duties have kept me from the bottle too long. I'm out of practice is all. Your duties? What? That sounds so important and exciting. I'd do anything to hear more. Did you say anything? Well, there you heard of the bloody executioners. The nastiest, bloodiest band of pirates would ever sailed this bleeding seas. I reckon our captain Grimmawill more Garlean vessels than every other pirate combined. And just who do you reckon keeps the captain safe from the enemies? That's his dealer mate, Wolfston. The navigator have mercy. Should you not return immediately to your captain? Surely he is not safe without his most loyal, capable man at his side? Under normal circumstances, you're right, but there's one place even I can't follow. Aleport! The man in bloody particular about is grog. Says he can't concentrate unless he's on his own. Not that I'm complaining. It's the only time I get a day's rest. But don't you worry, nobody knows the captain's whereabouts but me, and I ain't talking. Lass? That's curious. She was just there a moment ago. And then he died! Alright, so... So it looks like I only do the spin jump when I have my weapons out. Interesting. Oh yeah. Let me just fly. Okay, that's weird. There we go. Hey, Tsubame. I must say, that went even better than I expected. Let's share our findings with Oboro. My costume? I have stowed it away. Forever. Do Eorzean women have no sense of shame? No comment. Well, were you able to loosen his lips? Yeah. Although I could have told you he's in Aleport. If I know Karasu, this knowledge has not escaped him. Doubtless he and his shadows already lie in wait. We must go to Aleport. Okay. So I'm thinking 37 negatives for Karasu. What are we thinking? Just for Karasu, not the other parts of the story. That looks weird at that angle. It is part of the Zelda block, offshore Twitch account. The sun sets, the port is cloaked in shadow. If there's a perfect time to strike... Speak of the devil, look at how those men walk. Those are no ordinary deckhands. They're Imperial shinobi, waiting to pounce upon and slit the throat of any who would stand between them and their prey. Karasu is too proud to entrust such a vital mission to his lackeys. He is here somewhere, of this I am certain. Lore, you search the docks. I'll approach the opposite direction. Sabame, you secure the escape route. You will not elude us this time. Narrator, he totally eluded them this time. Not just men that serve him, but creatures of the night. Creatures that see not with their eyes, but every fiber of their being. This is a stealth mission. Sort of. We will, of course, not be stealthing. We'll be murdering innocent people. Do I have to stealth? Okay, fine. But that's not stealth. Do I have stealth in the bar? There it is. I don't think I have stealth in the bar. Damn, you were doing so well, game. Well. Sneaky, sneaky. Gotta not murder. Oh, God! Die! Die, monster! Die in a fire! Die horribly! Okay, looks like I can just kill my way through. Perfect! Screw it! Screw it! Screw it! Oh, God, why are you slowing me? Do not slow me, for that is worse than killing me. No! No! Stop slowing me! Oh, okay, we're cool, we're cool. Hi! I evaded all your men! No, 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 this is how the story goes. I'm supposed to be the one that surprises you. The tables have turned, Karasu. Now face death like the men you once were. I must say, popularity really does have its downsides. Fine! If you're so eager to dig your own graves, here's your bloody shovel. Now, I bet I'm gonna have to fight all those things plus him. Oh, nope, they actually despawned. Wow. I'm a little surprised by that. Weird pillars of snow. You'll never... I mean, we're not on the 50 quest yet, so we can't kill him yet. That's not how that works. You know, Garleans, you don't have to die here. Okay, never mind. Enjoy the death. What the hell is she doing? Yeah, this is the 40 quest. We're not even at the armor step yet. Slippery bastard. We've come too close to abandon hope. Come! Let's kill everyone and everything! Gumra lives. Failure of this sort does not become you, Karasu. Forgive me, Master. I had an unexpected reunion with some friends. Seems they had a mind to kill me, and just when I thought we were getting on so well. Your job is to give me answers, not excuses. We can ill afford to let a few stray rats foil our plan. Should they return, kill them. This is your final warning. Next time you fail me will be your last. You see, I'm evil. And stupid. You have to say it like that? Fine, fine. Never let it be said I'm not a loyal soldier. Soldier. Wait until we get to Stormblood for that particular problem, Alex. Oh, sorry, you're right, Reggie. I apologize. I didn't realize that there was a Sith in this game. Which is funny, because that's like the 5th Sith we've met so far. Just in ARR. Have you noticed that? Dum-dum-dum-dum. My armor is cool. It's very, very cool. We're here. We've actually encountered several Sith and stupid Sith. But we have mostly encountered stupid Sith. Hey, this dude's still here. Once more, the Bloody Crow has managed to foil our plans. It's as if his skills burgeon with each encounter. But how could this be? Has he perfected a new regime? Anyways, my mission will end in success, or death. But all is not lost. You have shown remarkable focus. You're great. You're awesome. Please go level some more. Lord! Go get some armor. Okay. So let's see how they do the armor quest with the quest, the only one of these that came out after 2.0. Let's see if this is worse or better than the other ones. And that's true, Blade Travell. We got to keep our Star Wars in our Final Fantasy. And I'm not even making fun of that. I actually like Star Wars, conceptually. Liked Star Wars? You get the idea. I mean, I do have 2 Star Destroyers and a Super Star Destroyer right there behind me. Yep, we are going to do it, Kata. I'm actually really excited. We saved Ninja for last because I knew this was going to be true. It's longer than the other ones. If this was a normal class quest, we would have been done by now. So far, I'm leaning towards at least 1+ to story, a negative to story. I'm not sure what I think of the gameplay yet. I'm still debating that. Expecting a shipment of goods. That's curious, on account of how Scraggly Fellow came to claim them. They're yours. Isn't that a coincidence? See, he said coming by to say just that. If he did, he'd pay good coin for me to gut them. He's gonna gut me. Oh, I'm dead. Wow, okay, you just murdered the crap out of me. Mercy, if I knew you were this strong, I would never have taken his money. How many times have I heard that in my career? And if I knew you were this incompetent, I would have put you out of your misery long ago. Well, if it isn't my favorite chirping little horse bird. Oh, come now. I'm not that scary, am I? I heard from a little bird in Doma of a shipment en route to Eorzean in secret. I surmised, I'm quite good at that, you see, that it might have something to do with you and your friends, and I just had to know what was inside. Lo and behold, a shiny set of shinobi guard. Why did you not tell me it was your name day, little chick? I would have brought you something far more fitting, like a sack of Gissel green. Yeah. No, I fear Brother Dim and Sister Swallow are mistaken. You are not quite ready for such an honor, but this is no fault of your own. After all, the student is only as good as his teacher. Today's your lucky day, little chick, for a true master has come to take you under his wing. 4 crates scattered to the wind, each containing one of the items. 4 of my shadows guarding each beach with their lives. A test. One where failure means your death. Red Rooster Stead, Costa del Sol, Chucha Ruins Trading Post, Camp Overlook. Chance. Claim that which you claim to seek. Oh my god. Claim that which you seek by your own hand, or die in the act. It's of little matter to me. If you survive, return here. You might find a very special present awaits for you. Now, shoo, I say. Alright. Alright, there we go. And then... Mooga Magoo. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Sorry, I had the wrong button. Sorry. Really? There? Okay, whatever. Next combat. Yeah, my Mudra was so powerful, I turned into a Magitech armor. Behold my glory. Know that I have arisen as the Mudra Master or something. I don't know. The munificent Mudra Master. I don't know. Mecha Mudra. Oh, there we go. I like it. Mecha Mudra. God, I hate this zone. Are we there yet? Wait. I sense it. A suspicious-looking milkmaid. Hello, ma'am. Oh, it's you. Don't worry, this won't hurt much. Die, scum! Really? Are you at least gonna attack me? Hey, there you go. Good girl. Alright. Behold the power of... Did that literally do nothing? Yep, nope, it appears... Oh, there it is. It's on my head now. Yay! My life is now complete. Alright, so. This is not better than the other job quests, because it's still run around and get the stupid gear from all over the place. It's arguably worse because you have to do it in a certain order. You notice that? We actually can't do it in whatever order we want to. We have to do it in the order that it dictates, which is interesting. Ugh! You! You! Oh, dear heavens, I must have fallen asleep while sunbathing. How can I ever thank you for rousing me from my slumber? Let's say I slit your throat and call it even. I mean, if you insist... Hang on, let me get my ultimate weapon out here. There we go. It's a weird route, too. Yeah, I know, right? Silly idea. Listen, Alex. They can't be expected to... Look, I got nothing. Hey, Polar. What's with the dour face? Fish not biting? Maybe they'd already know that you're a dead man! Listen, ninjas can tell everything. Actually, I did design a... it was a feat, specifically, in D&D once, that basically boiled down to, you have near-perfect perception. People cannot fool you with disguises, or magical constructions, or illusions, or shape-shifting. You will see through them. That's all it did. That was the whole thing, but... several of my players were like, oh, I'm taking the hell out of that. But nowadays, I would probably call it the Hawkeye ability. Whatever possessed me to set up shop in this ungodly place? I'm like to drop dead from the fumes before I see a single gill in profit. Of course, if I bring your head back, I'll be set for life. Oh, God, the pain. Oh, I'm super dead. I mean, I thought it was perfectly balanced, and I mean that. I'm not saying that jokingly. It cost a feat slot, and unless you're a fighter, you don't have many of those. But then again, I was always in favor of giving my player cool stuff to play with. Because that's what I would want if I was playing. Sorry, we left the zone there for a second, so the music just stopped. Did you hear that? So I'm back. Hello? Oh, hi, Abora. Relieved to see you safe. When you do not return, I feared the worst. Yeah, I've been getting the gear. It's pretty normal. I've done this like 8 times today. Karasa did what? Forgive me, I never suspected he would target you on his own. It's clear his treachery knows no bounds. Yet it's curious. He chose to test you rather than dispatch you. His intentions remain as inscrutable as ever. Eh? What's this? A letter? For me? Welcome back, Lore, and hello to you, Oboro. I left the present I promised on your doorstep. Such a shame you weren't at home. Dun dun dun! Lore, I realize it's too early in your trainings, but the situation is grim. You must go and learn the final mudra. The mudra of, Jin! That's... I knew it. I knew that's what it was. I was ready for it. You'll now learn Jin. Combine it with all the stuff, and you get cool stuff. Here's the things. Yep, here's some others. Here's some recipes. Here's some recipes. Alright, let's go! I like how he just shoves it down your throat like, here's all the abilities. You're taking notes, right? It's literally faster. So, I'm going to share a small story with you. When I first picked up Ninja, which is obviously quite a while ago, my abilities weren't up here, the 10 Jin and Chi things. They were down on my bar, like they always were. And I kept getting really confused by why I was constantly getting the Mugu Mugu. Like, non-stop. All it was like, just, and it was just this. And I'm like, what am I doing wrong? Now, I've actually explained this before, but for those of you not aware, I'm a confirmation clicker, which is something I am unabashedly and unashamedly. I actually see nothing wrong with being a confirmation clicker, and in fact, I feel it's essentially necessary for an MMO, especially one like FF14, which tends to have some pretty bad netcode. So when I attack something, I hit ability until I know it's gone through. I see the animation or whatever. Then I hit the next ability until I see it's gone through, and so forth and so on. What that means is hitting buttons several times per attempt. So you can suddenly see why this was happening. But it didn't occur to me at first. I just thought I was screwing up. Well, okay. I thought there was something bugged somewhere, and then I ended up looking it up like, what the hell? Oh, right. Okay, right. And then I vowed never to play Ninja again. The end. Yaku has lost his words from the shock. He can tell us nothing. Come, we must find the other one. I forgot how to pronounce her name. Listen, this dude, Alex, you don't even understand. He's a ninja, okay? Are you a ninja? Wait, don't answer that question. Tsubame. It's but a flesh wound. Look out! Come now, little swallow. Say that it hurts. Say you were scared. Tell the dim one how I took great pains to see you were fully awake for every moment of agony and terror. Cross it. This time you go too far. Yes, yes! Those are the eyes I wanted to see. Let the anger, the hatred burn away any spot of doubt that remains in your heart. The fire in your eyes. Resolve born from the all-consuming flames of rage and passion. The look in your eyes that day when you looked on as your friends, your countrymen were massacred, powerless to end the slaughter. Be silent, be silent, be silent! Tsubame, stand back. I shall slice this crow's tongue and then tear him limb from limb with my bare hands. Also, I'm here. Such pure, unadulterated malice. Finally, you're an adversary worthy of my blade. The true shinobi, ever calm, dutiful to his master, presence of mind. Yes, the first few times we met, you fought with all the passion of a Makujin. Today you stand before me as a man. And now you're a man. Oh, sorry. You wanted a battle, and today you'll have one. No retreat, no reprieve. You shall die like a dog, and the victor's tale will continue for another day. Yeah, but this still isn't the level 50 quest, so no. Double checking. Yep, nope, we're still not at the 50 quest. Let's just get this over with. Let's see. Boom, 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 I think? Nope, that wasn't it. Boom, boom, boom. There it is. Ross Redbeak, in the name of our elders, I take your life as divine retribution for your crimes. Your blood-stained beak will feast on the innocent no more. Does he truly believe those words? Oh yes, this beak is stained with blood, I do not deny, but I am not the leader of this murderous flock. I tire of your riddles, Redbeak. Give me one reason why I should not separate your head from your shoulders. Oh dear, what a pickle I find myself in. How can I put this in terms even the dim one can understand? I am not the traitor you seek. He is not I, and I am not he. I'm just a sociopath. You believe I was the one who fled Doma? Are you sure? Absolutely certain? Did you see the bodies, the faces of all your brothers who fell that day? Think, think, think! I know it's not a strength of yours, but surely you remember. One body maimed so badly, only possessions could identify the man. And the face! Could it even be called a face? Not but shattered bone and shredded flesh remained, where once had been the proud features of... Lie. One more word, one more twisted, deceitful word, Redbeak, and I will... Oh, Aboro, sweet, stupid Aboro, how long will you continue to deceive yourself? You lie! You always have! Did betraying your homeland not sate your thirst for treachery? You must now drag the master's name through the mud. Answer me this! If you're not traitor, then why did you flee the village that day? How often I have asked myself the same. Oh, how simpler circumstances would have been if I had been as naive as you. But the circumstances of the master's death did not sit well with me. I left the village looking for answers, and found something far more interesting. Our master himself, alive and well. In an instant, his hand was at my mouth and his blade at my neck. A simple choice. Follow and live, refuse and die. I'd like to say I weighed the decision heavily, but the answer really was quite clear. Death is so final, while life, even a life spent as an Imperial spy, holds opportunities. What's the matter, dim one? Do you still find my tale hard to swallow? Oh, believe as you will. Redemption means little to a dead man. You are going to kill me, yes. That is your mission. Sworn in the sight of the elders, tradition, custom, so forth and so on. Candlekeep Quay. When the time is right, he'll come. All will be revealed. I just thought I'd tell you one who's capable of listening to reason. Notice he points to us at that one. The light grows dim, the sun turns black in the sky. Our hero fought bravely even, but his chapter in this grand memory has come to a close. Summoning his last strength, our hero speaks. Just promise me this. Whatever your mission, should you fail, just don't go off dying. I know how fond you are of tradition, but this is a new era. We are not our ancestors, besides. Such an end wouldn't become a solemn youth, such as you. So live! Leave the dying to those who can do it in style. Yes, I may not be the hero I thought I was, nor the villain you would have me be, but from beginning to end, I was me. There's nothing I would rather be. Farewell, cruel world, and good bloody riddance. There we go. Daily YouTube mandated suicide. What can this all mean? Really? First time? Meme. Karasu is dead. Our mission complete. You'll forgive me if I'm unsure how to feel about this turn of events. Come on, Tsubame is wounded. Let's bring her home. Because YouTube is extraordinarily stupid and decided to implement a policy which involved trying to protect the children by being extraordinarily harsh about any video that was inclined or even could be remotely, distantly believed to be inclined to be a video for children. So one of the clearest and easiest ways to make sure that your video was flagged as not for children was to say the word suicide in your video. So, it is the YouTube daily mandated suicide. That's an interesting outfit. The mission that brought me to yours is complete. Once Tsubame's wounds heal, we have no reason to sojourn further. Yet if he spoke true, no, it simply cannot be. There can be no level 50 quest. And yet there is. My mission is complete. Tsubame's wounds have healed. Tradition dictates we return. Redbeak's last words, I will not lie. At first they weighed heavily on my mind, but in the end I am Shinobi. I came here to do a mission, not out of curiosity or spite. Mayhap Mr. Gikkai still lives, and mayhap not. It's not my concern. Karasu's dead, and with his passing, it's time to close curtain on this chapter of our lives. Before I leave, one favor. There's a place I would visit before we depart. I would go alone to gather my thoughts. Could you look after Tsubame while I'm away? Yeah, sure. By the way, you're a terrible liar. Listen, you don't get it, Pillars of Snow. Your concern is most touching. I am quite fine. In fact, it would appear my injuries were not as grave as they appeared on first glance. It would seem Karasu meant more to fan the flames of Oboro's ire than to cause true harm. Speaking of him, have you seen about? It's not like him just to disappear in the midst of our preparations, alone with his thoughts. Oh my god, he totally went to... there? Shoot, I actually forgot. Oh, hang on, maybe it's here. Yes. He's not himself. You will go look after him. Yes, I will go save his sorry ass. As I always do. Yeah, we'll go here. Oh, it's a terrible policy. It's actually not as stringent as it used to be. That's why it's partially a joke. But the problem is, it is only partially a joke, because there is such a legitimate and serious threat of YouTube flagging your videos, or worse, your account, as child-friendly content, especially if you cover My Little Pony every week. So, it's a good thing to have that extra little defense in there. I should probably mention, though, that it's even worse than that. They have actually been like, hey, you cover Star Trek, that's child-friendly. You cover video games, that's child-friendly. And I'm not making that up. Sorry, I shouldn't say child-friendly. What I mean is child-targeted content. What are you doing, Lore? I took you from out of your word. Ah, Tsubame sent you, didn't she? Looks like she was she looks like I was the fool for thinking to fool the two of you who know me so well. Ever since that day, this is the only place in the world where I can find a moment's respite from the turmoil that rages in me. And yet, the instant the sound of crashing waters fade from earshot, it all comes flooding back. You've proven yourself a friend. Answer me this. For what or whom do you wield your blade? Oh my god, it's actually an option. But the truthful answer is for others. Yes, I knew you a man of my own heart. Standing here just now, that is the answer I arrived at as well. I speak in earnest to you, Lore. Our battle with Karasu, his dying words, they have left me a changed man, and I can no longer deny what I have become. For so many years, I questioned nothing. Tradition, custom, mission. I was a shinobi, a blade. A blade doesn't think. I shut off my doubts, the emotions that threatened to rise to the surface, and told myself this was the true presence of mind. I lie to myself no longer. In confronting Karasu, I confronted myself. Looking upon Tsubame, battered and beaten like the countryman so many years ago, I felt a single, all-consuming desire. To visit retribution upon those who wronged us and to do so by my own hand. I have made my decision. I will go face the truth, for it is only in doing so my heart will know true peace. I will go alone, and I'll hear no more of it. I'll be there with him. If it is Master Gekkai, I'll find at the end of the journey, so be it. One of us will die, it matters not. Either way, peace! Meanwhile, Tsubame has also come here. Because we are not idiots. Oh yeah, by the way, Alex is talking about some of the things that happen if a video gets flagged like that. That's the beginning of what happens. If you continue to have this kind of problems, your whole channel can just be torpedoed. It can go downhill from there is what I'm trying to say. Forgive me, Lore. It's as if my legs moved of their own accord. Just as I imagined, Oboro means to confront Gakkai, even if it costs him his life. He made his decision. I will not stand in his way, but neither will he stand in mine. Whoever he fights, I will fight beside him. Also, could you please help us? I mean, your Lore. Yeah, sure. That's what I'm here for. Candle Keep Quay. No, this is legitimately the... I'm pretty sure it's the 80? Yep, this is the level 80 ninja outfit. So this is just the artifact gear for ninja, right here. Let's see it kind of more close up. These are from Ramu, though. They look very cool. Any unusual happenings? Not much. Just a small private vessel scheduled to dock tomorrow at the crack of dawn. Other than that, pretty quiet, as it's wont to be. Funny thing, though, you're not the first to ask me that. A milkmaid. A fairly comely one at that. Came by not minutes ago asking the same question. Really? Hello, milkmaid. Is that so? The milkmaid is one of Oboro's favorite costumes. As we might suspect, he is a head step ahead of us. Oh, it's Oboro. That's even funnier. If we could rendezvous somehow, it'd give us the advantage of numbers, but it risks exposing ourselves to our foe. We should observe in the shadows. I'll take up position on the western shoreline. You take the high ground. You're the one who can fly, after all. Well, yeah, no, that's a true statement. Can't argue. There we go. Imagine doing this quest back in the day and having to go all the way up that pathway and then all the way over here. God, why would you ever want to get rid of flying? Yes. I could, Reggie, but I'd rather not waste my time. Here's some money to look the other way. Okay. Freaking yellow jackets, I swear to God. Cops! Ugh. Huh. That's unusual. Huh. That's strange. Who goes there? Show yourself. I know a rat when I smell one. Why are you still not showing his face? I trust I am speaking with the Garlean Empire's Chief of Espionage and Covert Operations. None other. Dun 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 dun! It's me. You can call me Master if you like, young one, for old time's sake. Pure evil. Ah, you're full of surprises these days, young one. The Abora I knew would have been on the first ship back to Doma once Karasu caught his last caw. He looks sturdier than I remember. A bit gaunt in the cheeks. Are you getting enough rest? You always worked a bit too hard for your own good. All these years it was you. You who taught me the way of the shinobi, who I loved as a father. Why? Why else? For our village, of course. I made the choice any shinobi would make. Don't tell me you require a history lesson. Since the time of our ancestors, the shinobi have served many masters. For many years I served Doma, and then when the time was right, I chose a more powerful master. Fortunately for me and our village, my services were in high demand. Have you ever wondered why, Aboro? Why, when the Doman rebellion was crushed by the Empire, our village was spared Garlemeld's wrath? Because of my actions. I protected us where an entire nation of Doma could not. Protected? You betrayed us! The people of Doma trusted us. Do you know how many Domans died that day? Yeah, a lot. We swore our lives to protect them, and you sold them into slaughter. Do you feel nothing? Not even a twinge of remorse at the massacre you brought on your fellow countrymen? Countrymen? What is Doma to me when weighed against the ancient and glorious history of my fellow shinobi? History is littered with the husks of fragile men who gave their worthless lives to the glory of their betters. And that's me, by the way. Elitism! I hoped against hope Karasu was wrong, that his story was naught but twisted lies of a sad fool, but no, I was the fool. Master, Gekai, for you are no master of mine, in the name of the souls of untold thousands whose blood is on your hands, I declare your life forfeit. Revenge? Revenge for foot soldiers and peasants. Is that what this is all about? That's why you lingered here like a festering boil after your allotted mission was completed. Forsaking your role for some selfish flight of fancy will not earn you many friends back home. Nor here. The more time I spend in Garlemald, the more I realize the Empire suits me. There's something to be said about a culture that values merciless strength above all. I've won over quite a few loyal subordinates. Ah, poor little one, all your lofty words, and you stand alone. And you are alone because you are weak. He has no subordinates. This is true. This isn't an army, after all. We just brought a Star Destroyer. How did you... Not just me. Laura's here, too. What? Where? Comrades, you would choose the company of a glorified sellsword over that of the master who made you who you are. Oh, how far my pupils have fallen. You're the one who's fallen, Gekai. Lore fights with a sense of honor and purpose you have long forgotten. Also, he's a Star Destroyer. Hi. I'm Death. Lore, I can't begin to express my gratitude. Show me some of your Doman tea. I think that'd be a good thank you. Right now, I have a little bit of garbage to take out. Do forgive me. Hi, Outlander. Sorry, you caught me in the middle of a cutscene. So here's the deal. World of Warcraft still has a fantastic story up to and including what I would consider to be the best expansion, which is Legion. So if you are still considering getting into the game, I would absolutely recommend it. Now, that being said, if you're a little bit undecided, I myself have been putting out a YouTube series over on my first YouTube channel called The World of Lorecraft, which you can watch where I give a summary and synopsis of a lot of the major lore points throughout the course of the game. I'm not just trying to plug that, I'm saying it because the entire purpose behind which I did that was specifically to allow people to experience the lore if they didn't want to play the game, or they, well, had issues with the lore in the game because it's kind of badly told, and blah, 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 blah. Why are you... Really? Dip, 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 dip. Oh no, he's using things. Oh god, there's so many of them. What do I do with all of them other than murder them in their stupid faces? I'm just gonna stand in that. You got nothing coming, boy. Star Destroyer. You're truly mad, Alex. Negative to Alex. Sabame, Lore, thank you. It is through your belief in me I was finally able to believe in myself. It would be nice if it was a toggle for quests. Karasu, you had a hand in this, bringing this chapter to a close. You may be gone, but you are not forgotten. Aw, it almost sounds like a eulogy. Makes me wish I was actually dead. Yeah, we all saw this coming, didn't we? But how? Well, when it comes to playing dead, I did learn from one of the best, you know. I see, but why vanish only to return? Oh, just an undelivered present. This is the fifth and final piece of your traditional garb. Let it never be said I don't complete my missions, even if it's just being delivery boy. Bye. I'm dumb. Wait, the elders who named you traitor, they were simply blind to the truth, as was I. You could come back. You could return home with us together. What's this now? That wasn't in the script. How soon we forget. I was not the traitor, but I did follow him. That makes me a traitor, at least in their eyes. Perhaps so. At the same time, you risked your life for what you believed in. We're not so different, you and I. The sentiment is most touching, but the answer remains no. Village was always a bit too cramped for me. I prefer to spread my wings on a grander stage. Most honorable deeds in my present do not erase terrible crimes of my past. I was a spy and assassin. A good one, I might add. And for all the blood Gikkai has on his hands, mine are nearly as red. In the elders' minds, you had one mission. Why complicate the matter? Bring this back. Tell the others what they want to hear. The traitor is no more, slain at your hand. You'll be welcomed as a hero, while my fate will be even grander. I will be free. Well, if that's how you would have it, so shall it be. But this I promise you. Slowly, but surely, our village will change. I will take what you have learned to build a village that honors all our fault. A village you could be proud to call home. Sure. Just don't get cocky. Or I'll have to come back and put your whole village in its place. I look forward to that day. Let's meet again on the battlefield. Pit our ideals together. Really? Really? Okay, so how are we thinking of reviewing this one? What's our feel on the vibe? Come on. Talk to. Oh my god, talk to. There we go. probably taken Dark Phoenix Gaming by like 50 other people. Like there's Naruto, N Naruto. There's probably so many different variations. It's strange, all this time I believed I was instructing you in the way of the shinobi, and now all that that's done, I feel I should be the one to call you teacher. I finally have clarity. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna skip through this a little bit. Yep. Go home. I'll see you in 2 expansions. Maybe. Yeah, Naruto 0. N4RU70. Bye, Sabame. I'm sorry you had to wear a bikini. Oh, there's no way in hell, Outlandish. Yeah, of course it is, silly idea. Why wouldn't it be? You have learned... Kasatsu. I don't even remember what that ability does. What does Kasatsu do? Allows the execution of a single ninjutsu without consumption of mudra charges. Oh, okay. I get it. I also have Tenchi Chin, which is weird. I don't even know what the hell that is. It's that, apparently. Why are they all Fuma Shurikens? Ah! They're gone! Alright, whatever. Where are we at? Gameplay? Yep, okay. And with that, we did it. We have finished everything except for the MSQ for ARR. We're a little bit behind. We're officially behind schedule, but we can say we have slogged our way over that mountain. We're up to 64. Yeah, we did all the side quests. Side quests didn't take that long. Side quests were like 6 hours, and then bam, done. No, we spent 2 days doing class quests. Unless you count crafter quests, in which case we spent 4 days doing crafter quests. God! So yeah. Woo! Okay. So 64 pluses for story at the moment. We're up to 22 negatives for story. No, right, silly idea. We're up to 68 gameplay positives. And we're up to 76 gameplay negatives. Oh, man. Tomorrow, we're going to start the frickety MSQ. Oh. 2-point plus. I don't know how long that's going to take. I don't think we'll beat it tomorrow, but we might. You know, we've seen before. We can absolutely barrel roll for the MSQ, so that might not be a super long thing. Gosh, what class should I use? I think we'll just keep going Paladin. Like, I feel like this is a good fit for what's about to be happening. I'm level 80. Outlandish. In fact, hang on, let me switch classes really quick. There we go. Nope, that's the wrong one, sorry. There we go. I'm level 90. Yeah, I know. So, back to Paladin. Switch that up. Well, we did... let's see. So, hang on. So, we got... I gotta actually figure out which one of these is us. Wait, okay, so that's post-Ifrit. And that's... post-Titan. I think it's that one. I think 5 is where we're starting. Because that mentions the Praetorium. We will... So yeah, we'll be doing part 5 and part 6. And we will also start hitting dungeon stuff again. Holy crap. That'll be fun. Including, but not limited to, Moogles. Good King Mooglebog, of course. Leviathan. We'll be doing Ramu. We'll be hitting Snowcloak the dungeon. I don't remember what Afa Amphitheater is. Does anyone remember which fight that is? Because I don't. We'll also be doing... Oh, that's Shiva. What the heck's Chrysalis, then? Oh, right. The fight hours forgot even exists. That's Nabrialis. Right. Okay. So anyways, so we'll do Shiva, and then we'll do Keeper of the Lake dungeon, and then Nabrialis, and then Steps of Faith, and then we'll be down here in Heaven's Word. I hope to see at least some of you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. There's the off button.